Hello, hello, Imagine Event. It's once again time to get down to some game dev. And, well, I'm gonna try to get this prototype out. I keep trying to, do all the protection things that I'm supposed to because of all the contractual agreements, whatever, for using any other assets that I didn't make myself. And also so anyone who's gonna try to, steal the game would at least have a slightly harder time, I guess. I'm giving the game away for free. I'm only worried about someone claiming credit for it, not actually, uh like, feel free to pirate it all day long. It's free. Go ahead. Whatever. Play it. As I've already learned, just getting people to play a game is actually the real challenge in this day and age. So, Anyway, I keep running into game-breaking bugs. So the problem I have right now is the quest mobs were saving themselves. Which I guess doesn't really break the game, but it's weird. I'm not sure why they're saving themselves. So, yeah, like this wasn't like this is a problem that only came up like every once in a blue moon ever. And now, like, I did like I think 5 tests earlier, and all of them except for one, the quest mobs saved themselves. Like, okay. I have an idea how I could change that code though to make it work better, but I was trying to avoid getting too crazy about how I do the code differences here. I really just wanted it to work. So one of the things I'm going to try is I'm probably just going to go back to the original just move up test. Having you move all around and do it seems like it just doesn't work too well. And then I'm just going to run tests that I mean, as soon as I actually have the before I can put it out, it has to have a deployed version that I can play completely through without it breaking. I don't think that's too much of a ridiculous requirement. It can have minor bugs, I don't care. But what it can't have is game-breaking bugs. And I mean, there's a couple annoying bugs, but they're not game-breaking. So we are going to mute the volume for this because I'm going to be restarting a bunch of times, I imagine. It's okay, whatever. It's what I've come to expect here. Nobody responded back to me. Okay, good. I really want to see if this can actually be fun and playable in RM, or if I need to just switch engines. This is really the test here. There's so many things I've had to do to try to make this engine capable of doing it, and I mean, if I had just not done it in this engine in the first place, well, I don't think I would have gotten into game dev. So that's really the reason why I use this engine, is because where I started at. But also, I mean, this game would run on a potato, so that does kind of help too. It is a pretty low requirement game. I need to have the console open. Most of the NPCs, it really wouldn't matter if they save themselves, but Boozeberry here actually gives you the heal spell before he leaves. Okay, he managed to save himself this time just fine. Well, he's at here. That's cool. Alright, so let's restart. I guess I could have actually just restarted the level because it would re-randomize it. But that also requires me to run back to the window since I disabled that feature, so run the menu. The menu's almost worthless right now. It does explain what the spells do. But beyond that, it doesn't do much. In a later version, it'll do more, but for now. Okay.
Are you ready?
At least I found it quick that time.
I sense danger.
If I can get like 3 in a row where he doesn't do it, I'll just call it and be fine with it. I mean, I did do a slight change to the code there. I was doing it off-stream and testing it, but then I realized that I was spending hours messing with it, and it just seemed kind of stupid to do it off-stream when I could do it on-stream. I already did a bunch of writing for the other thing, so I mean, I basically have the itch page already ready. I might include the controls on there because you have to talk to Tinka to find them out. It doesn't immediately tell you, so I guess I could put it on there so people don't have to find it. So I'll probably do that. I may include some sort of rewards for having donated, but I think I'm just going to leave those out of the first version and just put the option to donate and later on include rewards for donating. It probably better have them from the start though, but the big problem with doing that is oh, he's out here somewhere. Oh wait, no, he saved himself. Once again, the problem here. Yeah, the big problem with doing that is that it's just postponing putting it up. So it kept doing 1-7 over and over and over. Check some code real fast. Yeah, I need a working, deployed version that does work. So as soon as I can get this deployed and everything like that, well, I have to play through the game once to make certain it's not any weird missing files and everything, because the protection thing RM applies, my visual plugin doesn't work with it. So if my visual plugin is calling upon an image and it can't find it because it's been rechanged by that, then I have to put it somewhere else so that that plugin can use it, and then have a different security for that. It's part of the problem with just RM being not particularly good at much of anything from what I can tell. So I think teleport here, yeah, which is not even remotely particularly finished here. So wait, 1-7 happened, which is here. 1-8 never happens. But what I don't get is how, like, this is its page. This is its page 3. It's triggered by self switch D. But it just ran this a bunch of times, and then let's see, else here. It never ran once. What the? Wait, it never ran 1-6. Okay, I'm not sure how that's even possible. It just runs quest 1-7 over and over. But if it runs quest NPC 1, it should run this. It's skipping that. And then it should run this. And then down the line, because I put them all in each one here. But instead, it didn't even run the this here. It ran this one right here instead. So it just ran 1-7. I hate doing the coding inside of RM itself. Yeah, it literally somehow skipped every one of these. And it ran inside the loop. It was inside this loop here, running just this part. But it would run all these first, because it has to. Oh, RM. What is wrong with you? Why are you such an awkwardly questionable engine? Is it just running it too fast? Maybe that's the problem. This seems so weird. I guess put a weight in each of these and just see what happens. Not even a full weight. But it just seems like it's not actually doing it. You see my problem here. I wonder if it's a byproduct of obfuscating plugins. They're like, the code runs exactly the same. Apparently it does not run exactly the same. Because a lot of my problems have arisen from this issue here. Like, you know, it worked until I started trying to protect things. I could have kicked it out the door with 0 protections, but technically all of these agreements for the other assets say I have to protect it. Which started me down this rabbit hole. I should have had it released like 2 days ago, but instead I've been screwing with this. Trying to figure out why. Okay.
I sense danger.
Quest 1-3 happened a bunch of times. Quest 2-3. Okay, so this one worked. If it finds it within a certain number, it seems fine, but I don't see a ticker saying that, hey, you know, if you don't find this, to destroy yourself. I mean, the worst error is that he saves himself because he goes to his D, which flips the switch. So in the worst world, you can still leave and get the heal spell. Which means it's not technically game breaking, but it's annoying because the player has to leave and give up all progress on the level to get the heal spell after the quest guy vanishes, which means I have to put a note saying, hey guys, there's a bug here. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know how I feel about that.
I sense danger.
Probably in the console, because it's actually really hard for me to look at the console and have the stream available so I can actually read the chat. I've missed people, you know, who've shown up because of that before. I guess I technically have a larger screen I could use off to the side that you can't see. Technically, it should be over to the side of it, so it is on the screen. I have a line on my desktop for an area where it marks where you cannot see. So it's running through quest 1 a bunch of times. Where you at, buddy? Just trying. Quest 2, and it's running a bunch of times. Okay. So he's there, and it worked. Does it just need weights? Is it like having problems like that? Am I trying to make my code too efficient? Very possible. You're right there. Okay. Fair enough. I should have just hit F5. Oops. 2 times in a row. I was running tests earlier thinking I could actually have a playable, releasable game, and that's where the issue came up. It's like, no you can't. No. We'll get to the bottom of this error. It's so weird because it's literally running through lines of code, like, you know, and just skipping whole sections of it. I mean, before it even gets to the loop that it is trying to run to place the thing, it's literally just ignoring all the code before that. I'm like, that's not even in the loop, guys. You have to run through that code to get to the loop. No? Okay. Bring up the console, see if I can find this quest mail. I've had him spawn twice successfully for that problem. I thought I'd tackle this problem. These quest mod placements, like, basically never do randomization, okay? Like, don't randomly build your maps. Having to write a bunch of logic for how things spawn and then having to have backup systems upon backup systems just to hopefully have it not spawn inside of things is just... Yeah. I mean, if you don't care about it spawning in things, it's okay, but... Alright, where are you at, quest mob? You're here somewhere. I couldn't get blown to bits in the process of finding him. I'm using the console in order to cheat to find him, so... By cheat, I mean he's rigged to start messaging the second I get near him. Just my luck, though. He's in one of the last places I end up checking. I mean, it's just random, so you can literally spawn right by the actual entrance. That had that happen sometimes. Makes the testing real easy. It's kind of disappointing though, but I haven't blocked out the area completely for him. Like, certain areas are blocked out, but not all of it. Where you at? Come on. You're here somewhere.
I need more energy. Take cover. Take cover.
Oh. Once again, he destroyed himself. So we ran number 1 and 29 here. So he ran just this. And then proceeded to ignore everything else But then switched himself to his page D here. And ran this. I mean, I don't think teleport actually has the ability to, No. Some of this code is so old, I haven't done anything with it in forever. I usually just leave these here until I figure out why it was even there. I wrote it years ago. One more time, I never even ran any of this code. Let's check the event itself. Basically just ran this page, setting a couple self variables. It skipped its thing there, somehow switched on D and ran this. The only thing that mentions the ability to switch that is if it happens to use this command to exit the map. Yeah, like right here. Let's make certain to summary this. Otherwise, it literally is not executing a command to do that. If it successfully spawns, it's fine. It's acting like it has a ticker, but the ticker is not going it's not iterating the same number of times. Like, I mean, there are definitely situations where I will have something attempt to spawn a certain number of times, and then if it fails, I will, you know, have it just keep ticking up a ticker and then have it stop if it's just going to keep failing, you know, to avoid the game locking up or something. But there's no ticker here. There's nothing telling it to do that. That's probably part of the whole protection thingies for all the code. Just remember, you know, any kind of obfuscating of code causes problems. But contractual obligations, I have to do it. I don't get a choice. Even though I don't really want to obfuscate some of it.
I sense danger.
Also, arms protection messes with things too. So, which is actually what started me down this rabbit hole in the first place. Need the console open.
Don't even try. Take cover. Take cover. Don't even try. Take cover.
I'm near the quest thingy. He's doing his quest 1 repeatedly and often. Sure. I'm failing horribly to spawn. Come on. Alright, so what happened here? Quest 1, got all the way down to 5, then would repeat 3 through 5 over and over and over and over and over. Okay. Oh, and at the very end, it despawned itself. But somehow switching on itself, switch D. Not through this, which is the only thing that actually switches on the self switch D. No. It just somehow skipped to its page 3 and did that. Also, well, not running this, but I think it actually flipped on 187. Let's double check. Yeah, it somehow switched that on while avoiding this console command. And not running this event. Actually, no, it did run this page, but not running the thing that switched to it. Right. Okay, well, that's exciting. What happened on 1 through 1 through 5? Obviously, 1 should run, though it doesn't always do. 2, okay, sure, got to, it gets to 5 here. Once again, it says teleport, just... Let's do a math round on this. Perhaps it's just coming up with a weird result. That doesn't explain why it was skipping a bunch of code, but one thing at a time. Oh, hey, Mike, see, how's it going? I don't need to do that one there. Whatever, I guess I could math around everything. Well, that's good to hear. You've shown up just in time to see me puzzle over ridiculous code that just is not not cooperating the way I want it to. Actually, I'm going to console log that too. But that just seems too par for the course right now. So you working on any games or anything? I'm gonna do this in this, so I don't have to try to deal with that. Well, there was a math that round on that one too. Great. I guess the math that round doesn't hurt anything, but since I'm already applying that, I don't need to do it twice. Oh, what you making? Do I think Unite will be better? Well, by virtue of the fact that it is in Unity and you have access to everything Unity has, yes. Unite will be better than MZ is. However, the problem is that you will have to get all new plugins, which, I mean, Unity has a gross amount, so no problem there. You'll have to learn how to program in C#, which, you know, if you've already learned JavaScript, is going to be, I mean, not super hard, but it's definitely going to be extra work. So you have to start over. We also don't know if Unite even adds anything. Like, I mean, we kind of seen the things there, but they don't have a release date anymore, and what everyone's seen hasn't been that impressive yet, so we're kind of like, Oh, nice, doing a small practice map. Cool, cool. But yeah, I'm keeping an eye on Unite, even though I'm just not going to use Unite. I'm just going to go ahead and say it, like, I'm too invested in MZ at this point, or I switch to Unreal Engine if for some reason MZ doesn't work out. If only because I already know a fair amount of blueprints and I don't know... Okay, I know some amount of blueprints. I don't know much about C#. I tried using Unity. It seemed actually a lot harder to use than Unreal Engine, but I did use it like 6 months before ever trying Unreal Engine, so qualification on that one. I mean, coding is basically mandatory in like MV and MZ, in all honesty. Even event commands are effectively like pseudo programming. So it's not like it's, I mean, it'll be pretty much very similar. The difference is, though, is that Unity and Unreal Engine both have node-based programming, so you don't actually have to type stuff out. Like, you name variables and stuff, but other than that, you don't have to type in all this ridiculous code that I'm doing. So, I mean, I don't know a whole lot about Unity's version of it. I know Blueprints, which is the Unreal version. I've been told, like, the Unity one they said was called Bolt or something like that. I hear it's not that mature of a thing. Like, someone else built it, some plugin person made it, and then they decided to co-opt it or something. So, I don't know. But I did try doing the Lego demo that they had for Unity, and I played with Legos in Unity, and it was kind of fun doing that. Not gonna lie, I did enjoy my time messing with Unity, even if I didn't actually feel like I learned anything from that Lego tutorial at all. Okay, so it worked this time. I ran through all the code. Showed up on page 2. Everything worked fine. Maybe it was just coming up with the wrong results. Yeah, for anyone interested in Unite, my recommendation is to download Unity and mess with it right now. Because Unity is already available. It's been available for many years. It's free. Try it out. Because that's the engine you're going to be working in. Unite is a little, like, add-on for that. So if you want to see what Unite's going to be like, that's a good start. Test this again. I mean, it is cheaper. It was fun. I enjoyed messing with it. I mean, they really made it, the tutorial was very WYSIWYG. I didn't have to really code anything, so. It reminded me of taking a Spanish class where at the end, you did something, but you didn't learn anything. It's like high school Spanish all over again. That's what it was, or in college Spanish. Yes, I put up with 3 years of Spanish and I can't speak any of it, so.
You ready?
That was my Lego Unity experience, but the only difference was I got to play with Legos. See, now that's way more exciting for me. But they took it down, so you can't even do it anymore. I guess they lost the rights to do it anymore? I don't know. Maybe it was just a temporary tutorial thing. I have no idea. But I was sad. Rip Lego tutorial. You will be missed, buddy.
Don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try.
Yeah, the coding I'm doing is actual coding. Now, like, even inventing, like, if you've actually tested out something like Blueprints is in Unity, sorry, in Unreal Engine,
Don't even try.
event commands in this seem really complicated and terrible by comparison. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Don't even try.
Like, I mean, you just drag things where you want and connect them with wires. It's so easy. In this, you gotta sit there and, like, event commands are not terribly dissimilar from, oh, he destroyed himself. Huh. Why is he destroying himself? But yeah, they're, 'cause, I mean, when you look at this, like, let's see, like, we look at all this here. This looks like coding. This is coding. But, I mean, it looks like coding. So, even the supposed easy WYSIWYG, I hate to break it to you, this is so code looking that, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's not as code looking as this, but if you look at it, they're not that far apart. They're really not. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll show you the, here, we'll be a terrible person. And I will show you the, what the coding in Unreal Engine looks like. I'm not going to sit there and use Unreal Engine because I want to release this, but give you an idea of what their idea of coding is, and you'll see the difference and why, and, like, there's a point in me showing you is that Unite has something, Unity has something similar to this. You'll get an idea of what it's like in Unity as well. How well Unite works with that code, that I don't know. I've only seen their previews for Unite, so it's hard to say. Take a second for this to open this up, because yeah. I'm in such a loss for this one. Because there's nothing to trip to cause it to do that. It's just literally running this command right here. And then suddenly skipping every single thing. And switching it to its last page. Alright, I have an idea here. I'm going to check and see if it's because of the way I've protected the code. Yeah, that's the other thing that really sucks right now. This is, because the built-in protections for this don't really work, and you have to do a bunch of other side things, it's a real problem. Let's let this thing build itself. I have so many programs open. This is definitely the wrong thing to have this many programs open for. But okay, whatever. Well, it's figuring itself out here. This is doing that, and it failed. Yeah, I was going to test that there. We're doing a mile a minute here. I really want to kick this out. I've been waiting to kick it out for a while. No, we're going to keep that one as the backup. Let me copy a normal one in. Oh, yeah. That I added the credits. Actually, I'll have to show you how I did mine. That's interesting. Anyway, let's see here. Let me enlarge this to the size of the screen. Let's play that game here. It actually is about the same size as the screen, isn't it? Sure. So this works instead by just simply, I haven't used this in forever. Like, you know, you say you pick a button like that, in this case the right mouse button, or, you know, you can be like, I'll open this up and be like, left mouse button. Now this event, whenever you press the left mouse button, will trigger. And let's say, you know, you want another variable or something, you can add a variable. You're like, oh, plus variable. It'll make a variable. My microphone is so in the way of this. My desk is so poorly set up for this. Huh. My new variable. Yay. And you change to whatever you like. Make it real easy. We'll just make it a true thing there like that. And we'll pull it out here. Just drag it out there. You can get it or set it. We'll set it. We're going to set it to false. For reasons. And then, you know, here's how they do an if statement. It's called a branch. And you can draw these chords to connect all kinds. I can connect it down here if I want for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, and you want to set a variable, like, you know, just put whatever the amount is in here. Or like if I want to change the variable to something else, say I want it to be an integer. Sure, change it. But yeah, whenever you do that, and you've already set something in there, Unreal Engine will sit there and look through all of your code to find that variable and change every single instance of it for you. It's what it does. I believe, was it print? Print string, woohoo, in string. It'll convert it for you. Now, when you hit the left mouse button, it will in fact do this. It'll print the number 10. Actually, I'll just leave the branch out of that, because there's no if there. I don't have a condition for it. I might have more than one left mouse button here. I don't know, let's see. Yeah, you see I put the button there, and look, it just pushes 10 up there, over and over and over and over and over and over and over, see? This is my randomizer for you. You don't mind it. So yeah, that's how you code in Unreal in the shortest, simplest explanation of it. I'm going to go ahead and remove that. And, you know, if you want to do things, you can move things around and stuff like that, you know. Drag things everywhere into those move cords everywhere, and you can add things in, and, you know, it can get complicated, but it doesn't look like a normal event code, which is what I like. Oh, what I currently have, the randomized for that? Yeah. No, I got all kinds of things going on for that. You'd be surprised what you could do in that, like, but as much as I could showcase my game for that, I am trying to finish this one. Yeah, the way I did the credits, yeah. When that game's done, it's going to probably be interesting, but it's also a catastrophe because I keep trying all these fun things in there, and it's just kind of my, you know, play thing. I actually have a map that's like 2 kilometers by 2 kilometers, but I didn't want to load it up, to be honest. That was my explanation for why I didn't do it.
Hi.
For this one, the way I did the credits was, and she can spawn the credits wherever she's at. So, but the way it works is I just had 2 different events that spawned in, right? And they just base it on canvas to map. You know, with 1 being the top of the map, basically. 0 is actually the top, but if you spawn it at 0, it doesn't always work so well. And I think that one's like 29 high or something, so I spawned at 28. And they're just 2 different images that are rigged to go in other directions. I believe it's these 2. Yeah, and they just move towards a location. This one is... Okay, it's these ones for the credits then. Based entirely upon the game map sex. So yeah. It works for now. I mean, I wouldn't call them great. I'm trying to put images in and have those scroll up on later versions, but... Yeah, I think that this game would be the one you release to Switch and then wonder why it doesn't work, because good luck getting this to work on Switch. Very challenging. But I definitely wish the protections on this were way better, so that I didn't actually have to have alternate protections that were causing problems. Oh, Quest 1-3 is happening, so actually it's just Quest 1. It's trying a bunch of times. It found something. Okay, it's doing okay. It's trying. And it failed and killed itself. Okay, yeah, I've definitely done a lot in this game in a while, in the last few months. It's well, as I sit there and look at this era, I've done a whole lot. Like, I've arrived to a whole new era. So it hits 4. It never hit 4 again. So somewhere between 3 and 4, it kills itself. I think. This is bizarre. Usually in this kind of a scenario, you're encountering a situation where it tries a code and then the code fails, so it just skips it. Or it ends the event execution right there. I've seen this happen before in other things, but in a lot of cases, it's not executing the first code, which seems bizarre. Hmm. I would move at random. It's possible that it continuously tries to move up one and keeps getting closer, farther and further up the map, I guess? And that doesn't make any sense, because if it's randomly teleporting to a location, right? It's a random teleport to a location, right? Let me double check this. I really should have written better code for this. This is just ancient code that I'm like, well, I'll just go ahead and recycle it back from when I didn't know hardly anything about JavaScript. And it shows so much. Yeah, it just picks an area that's somewhat nearby. My actual plan for the week was actually to release this, I believe was it Tuesday? Was when I was like had my successful playthroughs. And then I was just gonna play with Unreal Engine all week while I was waiting for people to test this out before working on it anymore. Here we are on Thursday, and yeah. As long as you just look at it towards part refractoring and contrast certain other devs I won't mention. Yeah. Well, you know, if there's one thing I do, it's sit there and constantly improve my programming. I just have so much of it now that there's a lot of older programming that I haven't had time to get into, but for community lighting, I'm pretty much been the force for organization the whole time, as everyone just tries to add a bunch of garbage to it and never bothers to check and see if it works.
I sense danger.
And then it drops in my lap and it's like, it doesn't even work, guys. Did you test it? No? Okay. Well, how was your code broken? Oh, the last person messed with it in a bunch of ways that I was like, this might even be just outside of my coding knowledge. That's been a while. Oh, I need the console open to see if it's doing this. Yep, once again. It's trying. Still trying. Still trying. What is going on here? These are coming up the same. It's supposed to be okay with it once they're the same. Well, for the thing that I was having problems with was the it was community lighting, which is that plugin that I pretty much had, even though I never look at it anymore unless someone updates it. So they were just trying to release updated versions of that with new stuff they've added, and that's the whole point of the plugins. The community builds it, so I was like, okay, but a lot of times they don't test it, so it breaks. And I get to go through and test every single thing in it to make certain that it all works still. So it's getting to 1.5. That 1.5. Oh, no, what this is the console. Because RPG Maker runs inside of a mini browser, right? You can hit F8 and bring up the console, and the console will provide information. And there's more information you can get from all these things. Like you can click some of these other buttons and find out a lot of information going on behind your thing, including memory and performance things and all that. But one of the things you can do is you can add these useful little bits of code in here called console.log. And then you put, inside of these two parentheses, you can put whatever you want. And it's just basically, it works like an array. So you just sit there and, put a comma between each thing you want. So I put a string in here saying, hey, this one here, so I know which one we're talking about, where it's at in the line. And then the event ID, just so I would know which thing was calling it. And then every time it executes this code, when it hits a console log, it'll put information over here saying, hey, this is where we're at. So in the worst world, to fix the most horrific problems in RM, you can sit there and take console logs and just number them and put them down through the entire code there and see where it breaks. And once you find out where it stops at, you can sit there and try to hand the information to each one and go, hey, wait a minute, where is the line breaking? Where is my information wrong? Because after all, programming is just a big giant game of telephone, right? And like any game of telephone, the longer it goes, the more likely someone screws it up and says the wrong information. So that's what's going on here. And then, the perfect world, it would just go, you'd take quest 1, quest 1, 2, quest 1, 3, like that. The reason why it's quest 1 is because this is NPC 1 and I have NPC 2, but it's not even hitting this page. It has one log at the top to say, hey, I hit this page. And a log here to say I hit this page. So every time the event log starts up, I'm just seeing where it's all going. And in this case, it is at 1.5 here. There are people who probably, but the whole point of this is doing dumb things in RPG Maker. It's not doing smart things in RPG Maker. Clearly, this is not the intended use for the engine. But then again, here's the thing. If you make this same game in Unity or, Unreal Engine, nobody would be impressed. But if you manage to make it in RPG Maker, I'm just saying. Oh yeah, it's amazing for debugging. It is. It's your best bet, to be honest. I usually don't go to the trouble to put this many console logs in until the problem gets real bad. I've definitely had some problems take a few hours as it's just like finding code that wouldn't execute. One of the biggest problems I have is my code is executing too fast for RM. Because I'm asking too much of it, because I had to build a lot of side systems to make it work, because RM just can't handle it. It doesn't... It's restricted by the problems that JavaScript has, which because JavaScript runs in a browser, and even the exported version of this runs in a browser, like, the deployed version, you're limited on how many resources you get to what would cause no lag in any other pages. Like, it's a nebulous thing. So most of the time you get 10 to 20% of the computer's actual resources. So you have to be really smart with your memory usage and spend a lot of time in the console making certain stuff is doing things like that. But as a result, I try to make my code as fast and efficient as possible, but sometimes it's too fast. So I've had it trip over itself in the process of doing that. Somehow this is not coming out correct. Why? I guess I can put a math round on both, just in case. Because this should be true. Oh wait, no, it is true. No, it's working, right? Let me double check this. I think my logic's incorrect here. That's kind of true. I definitely am very quick to point out some of the flaws it has. For what it's worth, there are some real highlights to RM that I'll definitely say. The first highlight is it loads really fast. You saw me load up Unreal Engine in the back, because that's how Unreal Engine do. That was Unreal Engine 5, and to be completely fair, I have so many programs open on my other, screen you don't even know. My entire start bar is covered, so I that's probably not helping. But RM loads, whereas UE takes a while, and some of the things in UE it can take like multiple minutes where you're waiting for it to process some things because some of the stuff's just so ridiculous. On the other hand, the end results are so much cooler that you get what you pay for, kind of thing. The lower resource requirements to use this engine, I mean, this thing runs on a glorified toaster, so that's nice. Okay, that's kind of about where the positives. And again, I mean, like, I would say it's a simple engine, but I think that it's not that simple because you have to use other people's plugins to get it to do a lot of things. So whereas, at least Unreal Engine has this stuff in-house, in this you have to sit there and comb the forums for a plugin that does what you want or write it yourself. And a lot of the problems I have right now is because I didn't write all these plugins myself. I wrote a lot of plugins myself, things that just didn't exist. But other plugins, like I'm using a duct tape together version of Q Movement that I updated for MZ. I mean, it's a catastrophe. And I've had to put a bunch of things that I just shouldn't need to be. Oh, yeah, the Vishy Stella stuff's okay. I mean, I have no qualms with Vishy Stella. Like, I respect the hustle. If no one else is going to create the plugins, hey, someone's gotta. Mostly if GGG doesn't want to update their product, Vishy Stella might as well make the money that GGG didn't want to make. That's how I view it. That being said, I think I use 2 of their plugins because they have a save system, and I did not want to rewrite the save system. I don't care that much. I just don't care. Maybe later I'll make my own save system if for some reason this project has incredible legs on it, but otherwise, yeah, so that's fine. But they do have a bunch of free stuff, so that's not too bad. I think it's cool. There are a lot of plugins out there that exist. It's just all their stuff at least works together, I guess. A lot of other people's stuff, The fight is real. The number of people who don't put their who just overwrite random functions in RM and then all the plugins fight with each other and I have to fix their plugin. Yeah. But yeah, a lot of I'll talk about be ambitious. Don't mind me. If this whole thing worked, if you go back like 2 streams or something like that, you could see me literally play through the entire prototype twice over the course of the stream. So, but that wasn't ambitious enough here. Now I gotta use a bunch of dumb protections on these things because all the little stupid requirements for people using other people's stuff say I have to. So here I am sitting here doing that. It's supposed to move at random. Wait. So the way this system works is it spawns it in, records self variables for where it's at. Then it attempts to move. If it cannot move, it gets to this point here where it checks these against its current location and says, hey, wait a minute. These are, the same. How about I teleport to a new location and then repeat and see if I can get it to work? Okay. Somehow, it is not doing that. Because it's recording the information there, or it's just stuck in the same location. We're going to add some extra console logs in here. That's where it's breaking. It's just not moving to a new location, or if it is, it's stuck again every time. Oh yeah. That's how a lot of it is. Like, I mean, I was so sad. This actually happened a while ago. They had a sound attenuation program, a plugin. And I was like, yes, sound attenuation. That's, so the sounds sound different at a distance than closer. Like they get quieter, right? And then I tried to use it. Oh my God. I tried to use it. And discovered that it couldn't make use of it, like, event IDs or anything like that. And I would have to go in there and Like it was done like plugin style. So plugin commands are the worst thing ever. Never use them. That's my explanation. They're resource intensive and limited on what you can do with them without editing the plugin command itself. So I couldn't use it on spawned events. It wouldn't work at all. So I was like, oh my gosh, now I have to make my own sound attenuation? Ugh, why? Then I found a really ghetto way to pull it off. I was like, I'm doing this. I just thought about it and I was like, I can do this. I got a plan.
Are you ready?
But that was definitely one of those moments where I was just like, really? Do I want to do this? Is it too late to go to a different engine? That question gets asked a lot whenever I have to make a new system. But for all that I make fun of this thing and whatever, I am still using it. I mean, never forget that. Like, I like to bag on it because, well, I get fed up with it sometimes, but...
Don't even try.
I can use footsteps. I actually, believe it or not, my animation system can play sounds in time with the feet hitting the ground.
Take cover.
That being said, it was really annoying to hear. So I turned it off. I was like, oh my gosh.
Take cover.
It just sounds terrible.
Don't even try. Take cover.
As far as your ending credits, I mean, you know, I can often offer advice. I mean, if I'm on the stream, I don't mind showing people things.
Take cover.
If I have to sit there and, you know, go on the forums, type everything out, I don't have everything in front of me. I may or may not want to do that, but otherwise, oh look, he killed himself again. There has to be some code somewhere that tells it can switch its cell switch D if it fails. Maybe my teleport function is just stupid. All I had to do was some console logs here, so this time it didn't even work. I want to see what the information says on the other. I need to get it to trigger the other version of the error. Yeah, pretty much, yeah. I mean, you know, it's a... you know... I actually, a lot of the ideas that I have for this and how I managed to make a lot of these systems are actually ideas I took from UE for those people keeping track. The whole flip booking idea I used for animations, I took that idea from UE. The way they do their sounds, like timing the frames of the animation like that, I took that from UE as well. Where it just attaches to specific frames, like this sound triggers on this frame. Yep. Straight from UE. But yeah, like, some people, they think the idea sounds so good, and then you test and you're like, oh my god, that's a horrible idea. Why did you do that?
I sense danger.
That's an entire explanation of my first game I was working on. Every horrible idea and why did you ever do that? And that game is in perpetual dev hell and will never be finished. To the point where I just abandoned it and started a different game. This one. Yeah. When in doubt, take ideas from better engine. Yeah, the best idea for sound attenuation, like, was literally I just do a game map distance for where the player is versus the event, and then adjust the volume of the sound based on that. It's ghetto, but it works. And that's all that matters to me. Oh, he killed himself immediately. He tried once and killed himself this time. You know, this was spawning every single time perfectly. Or like, maybe like 1 in 100 would break. Now with these console logs, you're not even executing the code. Oh. Well, thanks. Yeah, there's actually... I can give you the actual, you know, better version of the thing. Like, you know, you get an idea of all the abilities and everything, because there's actually a bunch of abilities already programmed and stuff like that, and it's much more interesting than I'm making it out to be right now. I was just trying to solve... This is like the first enemy, first boss. And I haven't even summoned out the boss yet. I'm just fighting regular enemies in the first area. I'm gonna put a frame between each and every one of these. But yeah, like here, I'll just enable all the cool toys. Actually, I don't have to do that. My a character in the game can actually just cheat and do it for me. My beautiful assistant Tinka here also has all the game dev options currently, so she can just, you know, enable all the things I need and open up all the areas. Very important. If you're going to test your game, it's so much easier if you do that. Never try to open a version of the game while when the one's open, because then it'll take a moment even after you close it. That's how it works. Don't worry about it. I'll test a different area real fast and see if it works in one of those areas anyway. You know, I just, I like to tinker. I mean, like 2 months in, I was making my first randomizer thinking this was so cool. Little did I know horror that would lead to. Little did I know. Unlock areas, unlock everything. Cool. This is just the early prototype too, so this is like the first version of just a concept to see if thing there. You actually unlock a bunch of the stuff by rescuing people from there, and then it actually appears out here.
You ready?
Only some of the stuff is actually out here right now. I didn't bother to unlock it yet. We'll see if this quest person can be rescued or not, if there's some error with that.
Don't even try.
Later on, there's going to be different missions to get things and stuff, but these are just my test missions, so... I don't have the music for the game playing. I'm too lazy to restart for that, but...
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
So I can find the quest lady here.
Don't even try.
Oh.
I need more energy. Don't even try. Take cover. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
He's a broken little invincibility here. It's so good. Where are you, quest lady? You're here somewhere. Oh, she's outside the range of it. Oops. There you are. You worked. Grab this on the way. Come on, little buddy. Come with me if you want to live. I didn't rig it so the quest NPCs could take damage. I thought about it. I mean, there's no reason I can't do that. It's pretty easy. I could actually make it where you have to block to protect them too. Like you could put a block barrier around them. Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Yeah, it's got the thing on there. Whatever.
You're welcome. Don't even try.
That one's immune now, suddenly. There's an issue with the point-blank attack not working. I think it was actually intentional because her arm goes through the thing, and I thought that that was... I guess she could be slapping him, I suppose. There's like 7 more cards that summons out a boss. Might just be the first guy that has problems, potentially. I don't know. Because this one worked. So... a bit laggy, but the console also causes a bunch of lag. When you have all those console commands, so it's going to cause a bit of extra lag. Also, I have a bunch of programs open, like I can close this program. My art program, for some reason, slows down RM. Don't worry about it. I have no idea why that is what it is, but here we are. Time to go, wherever you're at. Yeah, I saw that. You know, if they'd done it like a million years ago, it would have been way more useful to someone like me. Apparently got a bunch of lag going on here. 1 second. The console like spamming again? Maybe. No. Console's not defined. Hey, wait a minute. Oh. Not that it matters too much, but sure. Oh, voice.ai is still running. My bad. No, you voice.ai. I got a lot running at the moment if you don't notice. Both Chrome and this is running. Let me close this one too while we're at it. These things. RM has this weird process it likes to bring up called the Qt Web Engine process, and it'll do it even if you're not doing it, and it just causes lag. Don't ask why it does it. I don't know. But yeah, I tested out the ARPG thing. It doesn't do colliders. It just allows you to expand upon the grid system, which is fine. I mean, it's not bad. This is causing a bit of lag anyway. That's interesting. Oh well. I might need to reboot this particular thing here. That is bizarre. Also, why is she so hurt? Oh my gosh. Ah. You know what might be causing all these problems? The weird code obfuscation thingies. Probably. Oh, let's test it. I have a plan to test it. Oh. Good old Windows wants to do its thing that it does, where it makes everything awkward to place. Unencrypted plugins. Come here, unencrypted plugins. Maybe a false promise, which is too many moving parts to really do with it. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I tested it. It seemed fine. Maybe a little complicated to set up, but it is, you know, what it is. You expect it to be somewhat tough to do. Okay, that's a good sign. Inspect, please. The console. Did I delete Hime's thing? Make certain it's actually not missing something here. The console said 190. Oh. Of course not, because I was just using it as a way to double check some code. Didn't realize I saved it. My bad. My bad. You know, I don't know. I haven't really put much testing into, you know, protecting things until now. Since, well, I'm obligated to. The little contracts say I have to do something. Even if it doesn't do much, I still have to do something. I can't just release it into the wind and say, yep, it's good. So, wait, where are you at? Playing the right version. Nice. This is the right version. But yeah, I'm kind of a lost one in the world. I did save you, right? Real one. Was I being a bad boy and using this? Yeah, I was. This is entirely my fault. I deserve this one. 100%. This is my bad. I deserve this error. No, I'm not making a country for another. The thing is a lot of other resources that people release, like music and stuff like that, require you to put some kind of protection. You have to make an effort. Not a good effort. I mean, I'm using RM, so it's never going to be a good effort. This is JS we're talking about here, but you have to try something. If you check a lot of the things, you'll see that that's a requirement you're supposed to do. For a lot of the RM stuff, they don't have that requirement because they already know their protection is garbage and doesn't even really work. But assets from other locations, like I got assets from the Humble Bundle. Like that's where a lot of the music came from. That I'm actually even listening to in the background of the stream because I didn't want to hear the same game music over and over. And yeah, I'm supposed to protect that. There's some random graphics that I didn't make that I have to protect. Like if I made it, I don't have to protect it because I made it, so whatever, you know. But for their stuff, I have to.
Bye.
Yeah. And it's a free game too, so it's not like I'm making any real money off this. I mean, you can donate to it if you want, but I've already seen how it's hard to get people to even play a game, let alone make money off it. So,
You ready?
we'll test this one instead. Okay. I don't know why I worry about protecting a lot of this code and everything like that. I mean, let's be real here. Even if some person steals it, it's an RM game, man. The thing I made in like a month in UE is cooler than it by far. What are they going to do? Like, steal the code and then use it in their other RM game that nobody's going to play? Okay. Be like that. Oh no. When I put it like that, suddenly things matter a lot less. But like I say, I'm supposed to try. Because they say I'm supposed to. Yeah, unlock that, and then I should have go straight there. Yeah, unfinished area, okay. Ooh, what now? Oh, okay. Part of that protection I was making for it. A notion of game jam games are classing some other jurisdiction? Pretty much. It might be. Someone could be stealing all your stuff, releasing it somewhere else. They could be super famous. Wouldn't that be hilarious? You're just like, well, that happened. Do a bit of a rename here. In the most awkward world, my image plugin does not use RM's it can't use ARM's protection. Because in order to actually load all these images, ARM can't handle that. I had to go around it. So I'm doing a very different plan here. Yeah, I don't even know why I'm bothering to protect it too much, and I really don't. I'll put everything back on the screen in a second. Ugh. Of course, this can't be easy. One of the security measures, so I can't actually do it on the screen. Because then it would kind of defeat the purpose. Go. Worthless program. Yeah, ARM will crash if it can't find the images for something. And nothing you can do can stop that either. Nothing. You can pretend like it can. It will not work. No. Okay. Now. Oh, hey, Blinded German, how's it going? I'm in agreement. Smaller is better in RM. Just in general. Maybe I just go open source with this game just to get it out of the way. I shouldn't even care. The whole purpose is to provide stream content, not actually make a great game. I mean, maybe the game will be great if it goes long enough, but seems like every time I'm about to release it, I'm like, oh, let me add this one more thing on top of it. But if obfuscating means the game no longer even runs, okay. Yeah, but I don't want to go to the maximum effort. That seems like too much work. I want the engine to work for me, not me have to work for the engine, even though I'm working for the engine at this point. Okay. I think this one encrypted now. Nope, this side. Oh, this version doesn't even have any of that either. I think. So the mini-map is comprised entirely of images made by my image plugin, even though some of the other things, the big image might be a particle. I still need to have a special version of the image just for my image plugin, and it can't use the stuff that's encrypted. So here we are fixing that. I did put a bunch of old versions of these plugins here that were unencrypted just to see if it fixes the problem. What I'm really doing is just checking for the ones where it breaks RM's even normal encryption. I do think point-and-click adventure games are probably better for this than a lot of the options you can do, because you can make them really visually appealing, and you get to ignore the worst portion of RM, which is its combat system. It takes the most time, it's difficult to balance, it's really hard to make it fun. Instead, you could be spending all your time on your writing and your, like some puzzles and things like that, and just making your visuals look really cool and save a huge amount of time. Makes me wish I'd done a point-and-click adventure. Yeah. All right. Yeah, I might have just discovered tonight that encryption is pointless and that the game can't even run without it. In which case, so in which case, I just don't bother. It's better to release a game that everybody pirates and learns a bunch from than to not release anything at all. And hey, maybe I'll get lucky and misuse Stella will take all the code and make their own plugins with it that you can buy, and the plugins will actually work really well instead of what I have. Maybe not. I don't think that's actually lucky. That's actually, would be criminal, but they wouldn't do that. That would be weird. After all, they're better programmers than me anyway. I'd be more likely surprised that some random person off Fiverr would do it. That sounds about right. Oh yeah, that's part of the problem. The deployment option, because it uses graphics that are it encrypts its own thing like that, and my plugin doesn't use those at all. I have to actually put separate images somewhere for my plugin, so I'm checking back through to see which images are referenced by both. So this way I can actually release the game. So I can use at least that particular protection. I was going to obfuscate my plugins since most of the game is basically in the plugins, but it looks like it won't even run if I do that anyway. I don't know. I'm going to summon out the boss here and see what happens, because this boss spawns a lot of crap on the ground, so I'd rather it just work. I don't even care. People can see what I did. Fine, whatever. It won't really matter if they steal it anyway, because even if you steal it, it won't do you any good. The game isn't finished. It won't be finished until I finish it on stream. Yeah. I mean, it makes sense, Planet Dreaming. Like, you know, I too have a main project that got cold storage, but not for graphic reasons. You know, it's sometimes you just want to take the simpler project. Like everyone's first project is this ridiculous epic that just, you know, you gotta do all these things. You've been dreaming of this game your whole life, blah blah blah. And then you realize what it would take to make that. And then you start paring it down, going, wait a minute. That's like not something a normal person's ever gonna make by themselves. Why am I trying this? And pretty soon it's, I mean, now I'm down to dolls in an attic. You know, listen.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
Don't even try.
Well, here's the thing. The really smart programmers, you're not really worried about them. Like, most of them have real jobs and they have like real standing in the community, and they're not looking to steal your stuff because, well, I mean, it would make them look bad. They might get ostracized or whatever. You're mostly trying to protect it from the random idiots out there because usually, you know, people who steal aren't very bright. After all, you can usually make a lot more money by not stealing with a lot less risk, so why in the world would you steal? But people do it anyway.
I need more energy.
So, you know, wait, this thing is so good against them. Not that one, this one.
I wouldn't go there. I need more energy.
So mostly I just be protecting against that. But
Try.
every time I open my UE game, I think to myself, I made this in a month and it blows away my RM game. I don't know what to say here, but
I wouldn't go there.
but this is also about, you know, you can't really, it's hard to really differentiate yourself from the crowd in the UE world. Whereas in RM, actually a lot easier.
Try.
Oh yeah, the encryption thing in Blinded German is terrible. It's just, I just tested earlier, and the Anna fight, like, it was like at 20 FPS, and it just... So I'd rather not encrypt it, let everyone just have their way with it, and have a game that runs that's fun, than a game that just collapses in itself. Well, pretty much, Mike. It's definitely yeah, just dolls in there again. Well, the real joke with that though is the whole Spaceballs caught me playing with the dolls again because I was using Daz, and in Daz, you know, you're just playing with dolls. That's really what it is: expensive dolls, waifus, dolls, and building characters in that. And I was like, well, I already got all my dolls, and look, I have this cool attic asset. Let me just use this. And the version in UE looks better. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother to encrypt this. I'm gonna encrypt only the bare minimum. I don't care.
I need more energy.
Because I have to. I have to click that button. I have no choice on that one. That I have no choice. But I don't gotta encrypt the rest of this. I'm not gonna fight with it forever. Already 2 days passed. I wrote the stuff for the itch.io page already. I made the graphics for it already. All that's keeping me there is I need a deployed version that goes all the way through it. But I mean, look, like this worked perfect here. Yeah, look at that, 60 FPS. The encryption does that much. I'll get hit by that. It does so much damage. I forgot to fight this boss. You have to do this. Like, you want to... Blocking him around the lightning cloud is the best strategy of this boss. Almost nothing else is super effective like this. There are other ways you can fight him, but
Destroy.
Don't even try.
you know.
Lovely. Don't even try.
Not really, because the putting a password in there, it doesn't encrypt the files. They don't actually have to open the game to look at the files. They can just look at the files, and that's what you're doing, is trying to protect them from just directly copying the files. That's the requirement for all the life thing. Oh yeah, blended German. Yeah, definitely studying. Well, I mean, the encryption isn't even about using objects. The encryption is just about using
I wouldn't go there.
like a cipher to basically make the code harder to read. I mean, if you know the cipher, it would actually, you know, make it visible. But the problem is it has to execute so many times that's decoding it is too much. RM has so few resources available to you. Walk through the lightning, my best bet.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. Don't even try.
I had to make his leap attack do way more damage.
I wouldn't go there.
On the other hand, if you get caught in that blade thingy, it just kills you pretty much. So, you know, like it dealt like a third of my life in damage. I barely got nicked by it. So there's that. Oops. Spells are given in a reverse order from if you unlock them in the game.
I wouldn't go there.
Walk through the lightning cloud. It does a lot of damage if you can trap him. Which I did. Yes, get trapped.
I wouldn't go there. I wouldn't go there. Try. I need more energy. I wouldn't go there.
Come on, walk through it. Walk through it. He's almost dead. Walk through it. Oh, we only took one from it. No.
Lovely. I wouldn't go there.
Got him. Run to the last area and see if all that loads, and then I'll try a deployed version. That's right, I'm done with this. I just want it out the door. I don't care. Don't care at all anymore. That's the last area load. Yeah, it was weird. Like, unintentionally, certain abilities turned out to be really good, and they were never built for it. Not at all. Like, the fire is really good against the Annas. The lightning is really good against the Teddies. If you happen to have those abilities that are... Well, actually, the lightning's terrible against the clowns. Oh my god. They just keep moving towards you. They don't care. Only that one quest is broken, though. Yeah, the actual first way I used to beat the Teddies because he was so overpowered in the earliest versions. Was just to use that star armor and try to be invincible as often as possible so he couldn't hit me. And just run away when I wasn't invincible and then try to tag him a few times with shots, and it was rough because like it would run out and you'd be in the middle of that blade storm, you could just die. And the lightning thingy turned out to be the best one for fighting him. And running around, but if you get too far away, he jumps, so you can never truly escape him. My biggest concern is that the Boozberry saves himself, which is not technically a game-breaking error. Yeah, let's look at that, 60 FPS the whole time. I guess my dreams of obfuscating plugins to protect things are dead. Alright, fair enough. At least I think I fixed the other problem. Let me roll these console logs. They are right here. No need to nerf the speed of this if I don't gotta. Well, I mean, here's the thing. If you don't protect your code at all, some other person can just take it and release it somewhere and make a bunch of money off it. Maybe. The code's good. But I've had plenty of people steal from me in my life, so a lot of money stolen over the years. So I take a very dim view on it, but at the same time I realize this is JavaScript. JavaScript is the worst game dev language because you can't protect it, you don't get any resources, it's just a really... Oh yeah, and it can't do math. Can't forget that. So between these things, it's just a really bad language for doing this. Now just remember, if you ever try to add decimals in JavaScript, the results is, yeah. It's inconsistent. I could release the plugins parallel. Language agreement, I really could. Yeah, pretty much. Name it after Java. Yeah, the worst part is people like going, I know Java, and I'm like, well, that's good, because I don't know Java, I know JavaScript. They are not the same language. You have to tell people that so often. I'm just like, ugh. It's not the same language. It's not. Don't do it. Yeah, but TypeScript is not the same. TypeScript has its own extra weird things. I mean, it's a derivative of JavaScript, but it is not the same. I don't care about that. This isn't even a thing anymore. There's 7 of these. I mean, I don't really care if those are in there, to be completely honest. Fine, whatever. Oh no, it's definitely not a tentative name for it. I'm not 100% certain the exact differences between the two. I know there are differences. I've seen TypeScript and they're very similar. But there's just weird little differences that, yeah. As with many things I've found in JavaScript, there's a whole lot of ways to do the same thing because someone thought it was really cool to do it a different way, rather than just make a standardized way that did it and did it well. They just, like, you know, everybody has their own best idea, so as a result, that's just a catastrophe. Well, let's make a password for this. Obviously, I won't put the password on the screen because I'm supposed to pretend like I'm protecting this, even though the protection for this is garbage. But just so I can cover myself on the contractual obligations, let me go ahead and do that. Wouldn't want to be accused of trying to, you know, just give away people's stuff without protecting it. Let me delete the old one, the old export, so I don't accidentally play that one. Sure. Let's see if it crashes. I love that error too. Yeah. Well, I'll save. I just want to release this stupid thing. I don't even care anymore. Honestly, I just want to play with UE. I don't really want to play with RM anymore. I'm going to keep working on the project if people like it, sure, but... As you can see, the amount of problems I've ran into with just everything. Every single thing to release the game has been a problem. And I think the reason why it's a problem is they never expected anyone to release a game with this, to be honest. They're like, well, no one ever releases a game, so we don't really have to put any effort into this. Well played, GGG, well played. Close that. This is me dreaming of UE, by the way. Oh, yep. Alright, here we are. Let's watch it blow up. Oh, well, there's already one problem right there. Nice. It can't just work. That ain't fun. I don't know. Is it? I never even look at their DLC store. Man, like, there's like a real hate-hate relationship with me and actual DLC from RM itself. Because I bought... Let's see here. I will bring it up. You can see what I paid money for and hear the story. Well, actually, it's just these steampunk music thingies. And I thought they were cool. I just want to listen to them. I made a mistake. I put them in a... What are you doing, game? Why are you taking so long? 1 second. Apparently Windows is being dumb. Yeah, I put it in a game. You can, yeah. Oh, I paid for this music so I could run it in games because it was like, you know, a fun, happy, upbeat game with all this music, blah, blah, blah. And you know what happened? Why, the company who made the music filed a copyright strike against me on my channel. That's right. They copyright struck me. The people who sold it to me. So I talked to GGG about it. Well, they weren't called that at the time, right? And what happened is I talked to Touch about it like that, you know. And he talked to them and couldn't do anything about it. Okay. He said, I should talk to them. Okay, well, I talked to them by filing a, you know, a rebuttal of the copyright thing, you know, saying, here is my receipt that I paid for this. They never responded back to me. But after 30 days, after doxing myself to them and everything like that, they just let the copyright strike fall off. To this day, I do not buy anything from GGG because I'm not convinced they have the rights to sell it. No. No, I didn't have any rules like that at all. Not at all. And you know what? Here I am playing it right now. all those tracks. I played them multiple times in the stream. They just did that one time. I don't know what happened. It was so stupid. But the fact that they themselves filed it was like, what? Like, if it had been some rando, I wouldn't have blamed them. But the company that sold it to me. Like, what in the world? I need to make a couple changes before I release this to make it actually what it's supposed to be. Yeah, so I think I opened the wrong one. Where did I deploy this to? Because that seemed like the wrong version. Because this should have deployed to the title screen. Oh, never mind. Yeah, that's my fun story. How excited are you to know that I have been copyright struck by them? Oh. Nope, play through it. If it plays through then, I'll just kick it out and say, screw it, I don't care anymore. This is where we're at now. I don't care anymore. I just don't. Yeah, this is the right version. Okay. And the saves are still there? Okay, they're not really there. That's fine. They're not supposed to be. The options still work? Yeah, I'm not going to use the VS options because I didn't want to deal with it. Maybe later. Don't care. Let's see if it crashes. We're waiting. Oh, well. You know what would really help? If I told the title screen to go to the right area. I mean, yeah, it's just a dumping ground, but I mean, at least you don't have to pay $100 to dump it there, right? That's my theory. Because let's be real here. Ain't nobody playing this. I remember when I released the Game Jam game, and after like a month, 40 people had downloaded it. Not even necessarily played it. 40 people down. One person beat it. They told me. First of all, beating my, incredibly awful Game Jam entry is in itself an impressive feat. Because that game was... I mean, this one's not even that great, but that game was catastrophe. Why did I forget to do that? I didn't bother to encrypt it. That defeats the whole purpose of this exercise. Yeah, like, that game was terrible. I mean, don't get me wrong, it wasn't as bad as some of the other options, but whew, I tried to replay it. I was like, oh god. I felt so bad for Drifty, who tested my game off stream. I was like, you played this? Why? Oh wait, you had to. Man, that sucks. I feel bad for you, buddy. Yeah. I would put the music back on, but it's literally just going to be this in a few seconds anyway, so. Okay. Well, people go there. It's just, the problem is it's like the most it's oversaturated market. I mean, just consider this. This, if you ever thought to yourself, I'm going to make a game dev and make a whole bunch of money, let me go ahead and ruin that for you right now. This will just completely destroy that. What we're going to do, we're going to wait for it to load because it's taking forever and because there's so many things going on. These are all the games in the last 2 years that Epic has given me for free. Yes, look at them. Gaze upon them. All these games that were so cool that I haven't played like any of them. I'm just throwing these inside because they were free, so I was like, okay. And I'm willing to bet that every one of these games is better than basically every RPG Maker game ever. And I'm not even playing them. There's that many extra games. And don't get me wrong, like, just look at how far this thing has to go there, buddy. Like, it's a long list. Yeah, propaganda for your cult. Perfect. See, that's what you want. So yeah, like, that's why I decided I would turn this into like a stream thing or something like that. And I've been getting like 100 hours every month or something like that of watch time from people. And like all the watch time for my channel has been in the last 90 days since I started. So it's been doing good. yeah, like I just don't think it's. I think it's become a point where it's too many. There's too many non-indies out there. Like they're kind of indies, but they're actually like studios of like 5 to 10 people who can make a better game than you're ever gonna make because you're one person. So it's just really hard to compete against that. I mean, if you'd started 10 years ago, sure, but I think gone are the days of the single indie doing it. And even if you are taking some of the worst tools out there, like well, RM, and trying to beat out people who are making these things seems incredible to me. Like, I mean, here I am doing exactly that, so whatever. But yeah, like this killed any concept I ever had of. Oh, maybe I'll make money off it. Well, maybe off YouTube, but sure not off this. This is clearly a quality game there. Actually, to be fair, I'm more likely to play this game than anyone's RM game because just look at that thing. I mean, why wouldn't you play that? That's so weird. Yeah. Well, I mean, you should turn your nose up at its RTP and it has no plugins. Because, unless they did some incredible amount of eventing, chances are it's pretty generic RM. And it just smacks of not putting in effort. Now, don't get me wrong. I actually played a card game that was all RTP on stream. And it was great. Like, the person did so much work into it. And I need to message him back so I can play his game again on stream and so people can see it. Because, I mean, he showed me, like, hey, you can make RTP look good. But it's an uphill battle. Like, you got to put the work in. Yeah, I'm still scrolling the list of games they gave me for free, by the way. There you go. 2 years, all that was free. Yeah. So, I'm just going to kick this out the door. I do have to beat it. Yeah, I mean, put your effort into the game. Make people at least be excited about it. Do something. I don't know. At least try, because if you try, then it'll come across. Like, if your game looks like everyone else's game, getting people to even touch it is the problem. That's why I was trying to explain to people. Is like graphics probably matter more than anything because you have about 15 to 30 seconds on social media to get your game's idea across. People go, no story. Nobody reads your story while scrolling through it on social media. Nobody. They don't have time. You have like a few moments to catch their tiny little attention spans. So unless your story can be summed up in, like half-minute hero levels of story, like, what did you anticipate them doing? So, I'm just going to speed through all the text. If anyone wants to read it later, they can go ahead and do it. Because the number of times this crashes and I have to start over is so high that I don't care. Yeah, I imagine there's some good RTP games on there. I'm sure that, and the Switch one has like a lot more options because of the fact that you can't add any kind of anything to the stuff. So that does kind of they make the RTP for that significantly better than they do for this. This they kind of give you crap, the bare minimum, but yeah. Oh yeah, Blind and German. Like I think for the making 3 to 4 point clicks like that, just look at like Sigma Sakura's games where he's got like I think 5, 6 of them, something like that. Does all that advertising too, and he has a hard time getting people to play his games. He's put more work in than most people I've seen, and just doesn't like you have to get your name out there any way you can do it. And the first game is basically destined to be a failure no matter how good it is because who's gonna know about it? Are you already famous? No. Then okay. So yeah, like I'm talking to a lot of the commercial people make all the commercial games, and they were just, oh, there's still this bug here, whatever. And they were just saying that, like they were telling me their numbers or what they actually sold, and I was like, oh boy, how long you been doing this? They're like, yeah, it's basically like a part-time job that I work way more hours for, so I'm actually getting paid way less than minimum wage. And I'm like, ooh. Don't say that. Don't say that. But I mean, to be fair, I'm getting paid way less than minimum wage for this. Thing is, I've made like $0. It's a fun hobby. I just treat it as a hobby. The main reason for streaming all this was it actually forced me to dev the things instead of going, oh look, there's this really cool YouTube video. I could be watching that instead. Or I could try this idea out instead of actually working on the game. Oh. I'll probably shorten the story intro thing. You do get to walk around during it, and you could actually move around. You don't have to literally follow her if you don't want to, but... yeah. Well, there's definitely I think more of an audience for people watching you play games and reacting to it than there is for making the games. But maybe not. Maybe, like, you know, just doing it something unique as making a game will in fact get people more interested to do it, to watch it. I don't know. There's no recipe for success in the world of YouTube and social media in general. Anyone who says there is, I mean, let's see how successful they are, you know. Everyone has a self-help book, but, you know, does their self-help book actually really work? Probably not, or they'd be successful themselves. They are selling you the book, or in this case, the website or membership or whatever. You have deep sleep and don't escape? Yeah. Nice, nice. Oh, yeah, see? Well, that's half the fun of this, Mike. You know, it's like, you know, we just, I usually just hang out and chat with people. It just, basically, it takes what is, a very lonely hobby. Like, I mean, usually just sitting here in front of the computer, just coding away, messing with things like that. And there's no one to talk to. There's no one who really can share in it with you like that because, I mean, what are you going to do? Sit at your computer while you do this? Probably not. But in streaming it, now I get to chat with people and it becomes a social hobby.
Hi.
So it changed the hobby completely for me. I was like, oh, this is way better. So now I stream like usually 5 nights a week, though I didn't last night. I fell asleep instead.
Bye.
And, yeah, like,
You ready?
I started getting the work done way faster. It was just more entertaining. Even if the game isn't that great, people got interested in the game purely because of the fact that they had, you know,
I sense
talked with
danger.
me. Yeah.
Don't even try.
I think everyone should try streaming. It definitely changes how you view things. Like, first of all, you'll stop keeping secrets of everything. You won't be like, oh my gosh, you know, I don't want to show people this. Eventually, you'll just be like, whatever, I'll just put it on the stream. I don't care.
Take cover.
It took me forever to write while on stream. I'm still not that great at that because I get distracted. But
Don't even
it's like,
try.
oh, I don't want people seeing my creative process. No, just whatever. Just put it up there. It's fine.
Don't even
Whatever secrets you think you have, nobody cares. They really don't. The only person who cares is you.
take cover.
They'll care if you show it, you know, and they'll be like, you know, and they think it's cool. But, you know, the number of people who got interested in this who had nothing to do with RM was the surprising thing.
Don't even try.
One guy wanted to donate to it, but I have no way to donate at the moment. So Itch will be the first way he could donate if he wanted.
Don't even try. Take cover. Don't even try.
I should make that the price to use my commercial plugins. You have to try my game. That's right.
Don't even try.
Nah, I don't care. Let him use them.
Try. Don't even try. Take cover.
Really, if I want to make the most views for YouTube, I should actually make a video for community lighting. Getting blown up here. Because, well, I think that thread has like 70,000 views or something. People are always asking, how do you do this really generic, easy thing? I don't know, read the instructions or play, or just copy paste from the demo. We have a demo. Seriously, we have a demo. No? Okay, fine. Be like that.
Don't even try.
I get DMs about it too, and it's like, if I wasn't answering you in the thread, I'm probably not going to answer you here, buddy. I don't tell them that. I just don't usually respond.
Don't even try.
I probably should.
Take cover.
The thing is, though, is I don't even know all the features that have been added to that plugin, so I don't even use the plugin.
Don't
In the
even
most
try.
ironic twist, I do not use community lighting.
Don't even try.
Yeah, exactly. Feedback, and get him interested. There he is. Look, he worked this time. Yes, he worked. I don't even care anymore. He
I
worked.
wonder where I can find that.
Come with me if you want to live, Boozeberry.
Take cover.
This character was named by Stream because he's a drunken high teddy bear.
Take cover.
And one of the stream named him Boozeberry. Just cause. There's been a few changes that have been made because of the
Take
stream.
cover.
Come on, come on. I need the heal spell. This guy gives you the heal spell if you get him out.
Take cover.
It's free. The game is a lot easier with the heal spell.
Take cover.
Yeah, a lot of things is like just.
Take cover.
I'm treating the first game almost as just like an advertisement,
Take cover.
like, because just advertising costs a fortune.
Take
So
cover.
put it out there, get people to play it. If they like it, they can donate. If not, that's cool. Whatever.
You're welcome.
They probably won't donate. Almost no one does, but it's okay. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Mike. I'm here a lot of nights, so if you get bored and want to chat,
Don't even try.
I'll be regaled with my tales of all the dumb things that have happened in my RM journey. I can provide this. I can at least be the cautionary tale for other people. The don't do this, you fool. Ah, yes.
Don't even try.
Well, the good news is, in about an hour, I will release this if it works. I'll just add it there, and I think I'll add controls to the page so people don't have to talk to Tinka to learn the controls.
Take cover. Don't even try.
Just cause. Everyone else is doing it on there, so I'm just going to go ahead and assume that that's just how people learn the controls for your game. Even though it is in the game and she does explain things. No. We'll just assume the player can't find that.
Don't even try.
I mean, the intro story is I think like 8 minutes or something like that if you don't completely skip it, so
Don't even try.
that might be too long for that matter.
Lovely.
So far, so good. It's working.
Don't even try.
It's not working perfectly. There's definitely changes I would make.
Don't even try.
It hasn't crashed.
Don't even try.
So far, no deployed version has ever reached this far, so...
Lovely. Don't even try.
I like that this attack is not very good against later bosses.
Don't even try.
It's not even that good against Binky, to be completely honest. Since Binky puts so much fire in there, like all the bosses have so many like, AoEs, it just makes these anything that keeps you in a place for too long kind of crap. Oops. Let me close that. That doesn't need to be open.
Don't even try.
Apparently you can hit him for a while even while he's teleporting. I should change that.
Take cover.
I just want to play with Yui. Come on. Work, game, work.
Don't even try.
I think I'm just going to take Miranda's game and put it in there. The other game. And remember tomorrow. I'll probably rename it.
Take cover.
Even though there was a point for the name. Mostly the initial spell art. That's easy to remember. As Pat was telling a thing about branding and how you want to make the title of your things, so like the acronym be a word, so it's easy to remember. Like World of Warcraft being WoW and League of Legends being LOL. I mean, you know, it's not a bad plan. Really hurt.
Lovely. I need more energy.
You gotta stay at a certain distance from old Binky here, because he has an invincible dash. If you're too close to him, he'll trigger it. And you'll take damage.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
I think you can just trap him. That's fine, I don't care. He's been trapped. Good enough for me.
Don't even try.
Alright, first area looks like it's beaten.
Don't even try.
I'm almost out. Almost
Take
out.
cover.
You can't stop me. I mean, probably can't. They don't do enough damage. If I expand this out, I mean, like, right now everything's really compressed, so I'll probably end up expanding these out a lot, and you won't get all these abilities so quickly, and there'll be different tasks and things, but...
Congratulations.
Better explanation on what to do. I think they can figure out that they can go into each picture and kill a boss. And once you go into the picture, there's, you know, quests, and it tells you to go into the first picture. So from that point on, I assume you're smart enough to go into the other pictures, but I probably shouldn't make that assumption, to be honest.
Hi.
Oh, I gotta... Well, I need to do one more version of this, so I get rid of the game dev options.
Bye. Hi. Bye.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later.
Did I save? I don't remember.
Hi.
My brain's already like in the, I could be playing UE right now mode. I didn't save, okay. It only took 9 minutes to beat him, so that's not bad.
Are you ready?
I get faster and faster at this every time I do it because I get a little smarter at tactics for it, I guess. It's kind of hard in the first test because I kept changing the tactics, so it was like, well, I don't know what the tactics are anymore right now. This boss, I think, is the crappiest one, honestly. He used to be one of the best ones, but I just don't think he,
Don't even try.
he doesn't follow the player very well. It's easy to lose him. Unlike Diablo, this game is a lot more fast-paced than Diablo, so... Because of Poppet's extreme mobility. She's fast, plus she's got a dash that's, you know, lets her pass through things, so it makes it a very different game. Imagine if Diablo had a game where you could, or had an ability where you could just dash through walls. How different of a game that would be. How much this one ability just changes everything. That's because it came from art, though. It was art's ability. Of course, the ability in art is far stronger than this one, because in that game you have way less time, so... It's actually an attack in that game. It's a very, very strong attack. Because it operates exactly like this one, except for it does damage as well.
Don't even try.
Good, I can check the FPS in this. Nice.
I wonder where I can find that. Take cover.
Annie-Zon's waddle is my favorite thing. This is a dopey little waddle because they have no joints. The model has no joints either. Like it just at the they have joints at the elbows and at their waist, and that's it. They have no other joints. She can't even hardly move, which is why she waddles. Okay, well apparently yeah, she got caught in something. You gonna follow me, buddy? Okay, I might kill some of these things. The NPCs actually get in the way. I think I should have some way where they don't have a collision. But if they don't have a collision, then they can walk through stuff, so... I don't know. Getting them smart enough to understand what they're bumping into is a lot of work. For a while I was using distance calculations for everything, but then I started using some of the colliders because the distance calculations didn't work too well with graphics that were too big. What would happen is they would... like the event for this would be like down here, but the graphic would be up here, so any kind of distance calculation would be a circle around where the event really is and not the size of the collider.
Take cover. You're welcome.
So it forces you to have everything be very either a circle or a square. No rectangles of any sort.
Don't even
I'm not gonna lie, the fact that this is working is pretty good.
Don't even try.
I'm very excited. And look at that FPS. I mean, to be fair, you actually get an FPS increase when you aren't running it in RM, so... You wouldn't think there would be, because it's not like, you know, the actual editor is particularly a lot of resources. But, once again, JavaScript is a temperamental language. Best designed to allow you to, you know, run things on a toaster, but absolutely terrible for running things that are, like, higher end. Though, if you want to get really crazy, you could use, like, Babylon, which is,
I need more energy.
the 3D JavaScript that Microsoft supports. Like, they provide an editor and everything for it for free.
Lovely.
And it's actually what MV3D is made in. And I'm pretty certain MZ3D also uses it. So.
Don't even try.
Babylon.js, if you ever get bored. That's how they learn Pixie instead. And, actually, it's not really sad. Pixie's 2D graphics, so it's not really designed for 3D at all. Oh, the ghost ability? Yeah, she turns through on. Like, let's see. I can bring up what it does. I will show you.
You are finished.
Actually, let me beat up Chuckles here, and then I will save and do it, just so nothing happens. The freeze thing is so good against Chuckles if you can hit him with it. However, it's defeated by any projectiles, so, and him also just jumping. Or being invincible. So it's not actually that great, but if you can hit him with it, it does a lot of damage. As soon as he freezes, anyway.
Lovely. Take cover. Don't even try.
You are finished.
Like, these enemy Haws can actually destroy it too. But you can also just shoot down the Haws as well, so... You can get into a projectile war in this game where you can blast each other's projectiles out of thing. It's actually kind of half the fun. It's one of the best defenses. Opposed to actually just blocking. You have a lot of defenses in this game. I should probably make it harder to make up for the defenses.
You are finished.
Oh, his graphic broke. Fix your graphic, buddy.
You are finished.
He does fix his graphic eventually. I haven't actually seen him do it on screen before. I might have to get a certain distance away before he does. For some reason, Chuckles breaks his graphic periodically. I don't know why. He can't be contained. He's an animal. Come on. Come on. He got hit by it. Okay. It's a little slow to trigger on Chuckles. I think that's because he's got like a command that has to wait for it to finish, and it won't check for this until then. I probably need it. It's a logic problem.
Take cover.
You are finished.
Stop.
Exactly. He doesn't. He can't be contained.
Stop.
But yes, if you can hit him with it, he can be really hurt by it.
You are finished. Finished.
Oops.
Finished.
Lovely.
That's why you don't stand still. You saw how much damage I took by just standing there? And I'm poisoned for a few seconds too. Like, he nearly killed me.
Finished.
That's why the freeze thing is so good. Overconfidence is, will kill you in this game so fast. He had 1 health left and he nearly killed me. Nice. Well, the FPS is doing okay. I mean, it drops a few frames every once in a blue moon, but that's not so bad. I can live with that. Get out of this area, then I'll save, and then I'll show you how that thing works. We're escaping, getting out of here. There could be a message telling you could leave, but I mean, there's no quests left, so that is making a lot of assumptions of the player, though. But this is the first version, so whatever. The first version doesn't have to be perfect. We'll see if there's a second version or if it just gets ported to Yui instead. I do have some toys I want to play with in Yui. I'm just saying.
Hi.
But this is already available, so 27 minutes. All right, so I want to test the load anyway on that. That's fine. I'll just do that really fast. So let's see the way the ghost thingy works. Doot, 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 doot. Where is E at? Because ghost form is which? I think I have E set to actually on that. So like one of the buttons is set to run ghost form like that. It checks if dialogue and comments on those things like that. And then if your SP is above that, it runs some extra player abilities around Poppet abilities. Otherwise, plays it needs more energy. And then the Poppet abilities, some of these things were old versions of how I did this, and they aren't very great. So Poppet ability 1's ghost form. The first version of ghost form, it's one of those switches that checks, if it's on, then it does the opposite kind of thing. So if ghost form is on, and you're hitting the button again, it means you want to turn it off. So it throws off, and then it messes with the move speed. I did the adjustment for being slowed too. Slow used to be broken by it. And then it checks right now if the player can pass. Oh, that. Wherever they're at, like wherever they try to end at. And if they fail, it kicks them back to these other variables that I set in the other mode there. It also locks the player down so they can't make their own move things. This player action thing is just my animation thing showing it which animation to play. It deletes the player comment, which is the and remember tomorrow, the player turns into a comet and flies around. I just kept it, like this game was built off of that one's code, so it uses a lot of the same names. It's the ghost form there. And then it puts her new animation back in, which is just the animation of the regular player. Changes player's E, these turns off some timers and stuff like that, whatever. On the other hand, if ghost form is off, then it adds the player comment thingy, which is actually it's the trail right behind her, the black thing. Sets the emitter for it, like the height of it, removes the player animation, instead adds the ghost animation. I have separate ones for that. Turns through on. I don't use this anymore. Turns on the ghost form timer, and then it also, this is where, when you first use it, it's tracking the variables of where you were right at when you used it. And this is if you fail to end in a place where you're allowed to go, it kicks you back to that spot. So I'm just remembering that and where you do it. One person's like, we should remember just all the way up to each object. No. There's a punishment for trying to do it in the wrong thing. And then this other thing is not terribly useful. And then the way ghost form works, as far as the timer goes, I have the auras and effects thing is perpetually running. And this kind of operates as the everything. It operates, it refills mana, it subtracts SP if the ghost form thingy is on, it does stuff like that. And will turn off ghost form if you take too long, kind of thing. Yeah, so a ghost form timer is on. It keeps adjusting the player's comment thing so that it tries to stay behind the player when the player moves behind all these objects, because we're changing the player's Y, actually the player's Z over and over to the player's Y. In this case, minus 115, because all of my stuff is actually operating at Y minus like 100. It's just to, I don't remember, there was a reason for it, but I think it was so that it didn't interfere with RM's BS. And then I set up an animation timer. I use these a lot, these ticker things. If you want to wait without waiting, I do it all the time. Like, it's like, well, if this equals 0, and it sets it one time like that, and then it just sits there and keeps adding one to the variable each time, setting a self variable. And then if it gets about 2, it sets it back to 0. This one here is just so that it initially creates it in the first place. Otherwise, it never matters again. Then the ghost form ticker goes up there, and every time the ghost form ticker gets above 10, it reduces your SP by 1, unless it's, at 0, in which case it just turns you back to normal. And if it's off, it sits there and regenerates mana. I'm still using the ghost form ticker thingy. It's just, in this case now, it just generates SP. And once it hits that, it just resets itself. So tickers are really, really common in all my coding. And then also handles temporary shields and things like that, and regenerating mana. That's kind of the gist of it. It's just literally mark where the player starts at, turn through on, swap the animations around, and then turn on a a switch that makes it where start checking and start reducing the SP. And then if the player hits the button or the SP runs out, it does the opposite effect on there and turns her back. Yeah. That's it in a nutshell. I hope that wasn't confusing. Also, I don't think I made any changes, but go ahead and save them, sure. We get to test continue. That might not seem like an important thing to test, but let me tell you a little secret. Because I've gone away from how RM does things, it's taken a lot of effort to make it understand saving. I hacked my way into RM. Oh, anytime, Blender Germany. If you ask any question about anything, I'll answer you. I don't care. I don't want to keep any secrets of the stuff how I'm doing it. I just didn't want someone stealing the game and calling it their own. That's it. Like, I just wanted people to go, you know, I want to be like, this is my game. I made it. That's it. That's all I care about. I'm giving it away for free. I don't even care. Like, yeah, I'm always happy to indulge. Let's see. I rescued Annie's on, so I have some amount of money, right? Ooh, what are we missing? What are we missing, boys? What happened? Apparently the menu's got some issues. Of course it does. Why wouldn't it have issues? It doesn't protect these at all, right? Like 100%. I'm pretty certain that this isn't a version of status menu that doesn't have some things fixed, right? Yeah, that's what it is. These are messed with ones. Let me grab this one here. Did I not keep a save of that? Oh my god, I didn't keep a save of that. I did it to myself. I just had to make it all perfect and protected and blah, blah, blah. All right, well, I know how to fix this. First of all, my image plugin allows you to do pictures to specify the location of the thing, and it does not have to be within pictures. So in this case, I've been putting everything in extras. Extra, read all about it. And because it uses objects, I can just put them in any order I want. I hate everyone who has their commands as some sort of stupid array, and then you got to remember what each slot in the array is. Because it's an object, I could put layer all the way over here if I want. It's just looking for the property layer. It doesn't care where that's at. As long as it's attached to this object, that's all it cares about. Important things to note. I'm not even going to use this victory setup thing. It got removed from the game. Wait a minute. Why am I messing with this one? No. Mess with this one. Uh-huh. I'll put music on for this. I guess we'll listen to these because they're here. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, objects aren't that bad. Like, they're actually pretty easy. Because they operate a lot like an array, sort of. An object is simply, you know, defined by being inside of brackets like this, you know, and you can name it whatever you like. But each property is just whatever you want to call it, a colon, and then whatever the value is. And you just space them out with commas. That's it. So let's say I wanted to define an object. I mean, you could just be like, okay, well, let my object equal... Oh, look. Now I have an object called my object. And you can be like, okay, well, my object dot make a name up. In this case, make a name up equals Bob. And then from this point on, you just type this in, and now that brings up that, because this is just a property of it. It's one way to define a property like that. Or you can define the object by just saying, hey, you know, my bigger object equals, and then I can just start putting in there, like, you know, it's like, this property is called taco. I'm gonna put just taco in it, why not? This one's called burrito. I like Mexican food. And this one's called garbage. And here we're gonna put Taco Bell. There you go. And now this object, my bigger object, I'll do a lead on it because I'll define it like that. Yeah, now my bigger object, you could say, you know, if you type in my bigger object dot garbage, it will give you Taco Bell as a thing. Perfect, see? There you go, that's how you use an object. And you can be like, if my bigger object, that garbage, is equal to Taco Bell, do this. Else, eat good food. Perfect, see? Now you know. And here I'm just defining an object here in my in this visual thing here, and then visual takes one look at it and says, okay, well, in its properties, where are you at? Where are you at? Where are you at? Here. It's just looking for a sprite object. It doesn't care what the sprite object is. And it has a lot of options, you know, it could have, but it's fine. It doesn't care. I have like trips in to see, you know, if it's either equal to one thing or like a zero, so this way you can have, you know, backup so, you know, it doesn't break, but get an idea, that's how it works. I don't need all this, obviously. I wish I kept the backup of these changes I made. That would have made my life a little easier. Everywhere where it says visual add, I need to get rid of that, and I don't need this. The victory setup is not in the game anymore. In this case, do that. Ah, sure thing. Maybe I missed my calling as a teacher. There's so many moments in RM that really just changed my perspective on everything. And this will probably blow your mind quite a bit, but RPG Maker itself is just an object off of the Windows object. Isn't that fun? You've been secretly working inside of an object all along. You can make a property of an object equal to a function. So, and that function can be as complicated as you want, including all of RM. Neat, huh? I get the feeling a lot of the average people have no idea what, well, I don't even know why I defined look here. I don't need to do that. This is part of an object definition, so it doesn't matter. I think a lot of people just don't know that. They don't understand a lot of this stuff. I'm happy to tell them. Why not? What do I care? Oh yeah, the optional message thingy. I'm just checking for any kind of issue where I forgot to put that in. Little kid's already there, okay. I have much to teach people, yes. Alright, well that does not help my have to play through it again BS. This is why I skip through the intro as fast as possible. Let me change Tinka's thing here. I can just have the final... Well, no, let me not change that, because I might need to go back and fix it anyway, so... Oh yeah, like, I've taken so long to learn things. Like, I was one of the people who popularized how to do event interactions. When I first showed up, almost nobody had any concept of how event interactions even worked. I had to figure it out, because people were just like, huh? Because something happened right around 2018. Something happened in the RM community. I don't know what. But a lot of really high profile people who had a lot of knowledge all left. I don't know why. That's when Quicksos, the guy who made all the Q plugins, left. The Q movement. And the remaining people didn't know crap. Like, there were a couple people who had some idea, but a lot of them really don't know that much. They've just been around for so long, and they just kind of rehash the same canned answers, and it's like, this seems so easy. So I guess I'm figuring out all these things that actually made it possible for me to figure out a lot of this stuff. And like, I think I had the best randomized map creator in the whole community at the moment. We were talking about that for a while too, because I was a big time randomizer person. And now I've kind of decided that it's not as cool as it once was, but yeah, whatever. There is no reason to use a password encryption on this. Actually, no, I will. Just in case that somehow messes with how the thing works. So I'm going to have to do this one more time to encrypt it anyway when I remove all Tinka's stuff. It was like some of the original maps I have for like this and everything, because they had like weird space maps and everything, which is where all my space graphics came from. And they were using this like that. One of my first dev rooms had that. I used to make really cool dev rooms just to play in for all my ideas and ways to teleport to each like map and like that. It was very disconnected, not really a full game. It kind of led to a lot of experimentation. I remember I had one game, and I refer to it as like the black sheep of the family, because it's like super dark, it's super dreary, it's super like, you know, it has a really awful story. I changed the story a lot. Like, the story is just really sad, to be honest. But it had one of the craziest randomizers, because it didn't just randomize one room. It actually randomized the whole world and connected the maps as it did it. No matter which way you went, it built the game. And then you could backpedal through it, and all the maps would be like that, and it would connect. It would just create this thing. It's very in-depth, but it still used the grid. And he used smaller rooms because MV couldn't handle a lot of things. I remember that's how I learned about arrays. Oh, I remember that. Learning about arrays. It was adorable. It was one thing. God, I remember this. I even went to the forums and asked about this because I just didn't know. And I couldn't figure out for the life of me. I was like, man, my code makes sense. I've been over it over and over and over. Logically, there's nothing weird here. And I could never figure out why it didn't work. And I think like a year later, I learned the problem. JavaScript can't do math. At some point, I was actually trying to add decimals without realizing that JavaScript can't handle decimals. That was the problem. I was like, why am I getting random results from this? This shouldn't be the case. Yeah. So now I'm like, oh God, it makes total sense now. But then I just Oh my gosh, I was just about threw the thing away. I was like going, this is horrible, why? Now when I get tripped up by something, it's because the code is just not executing at all, which is even weirder. It's like, how does that even happen? That's because JavaScript, in its infinite lack of wisdom... Well, look at that fun error. I don't know what's going on there. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me check something here. And JavaScript just will not tell you, like, it's not running something. I don't know what its problem is. Whatever. That glitch stays. Yeah. I definitely like to make my stuff more, just show you what I do, honestly. I could almost just chop up streams and just be like, okay, well, this is how you do this, now you do that. I'm not very good at making regular YouTube videos, because I usually just want to make it quickly and get back to working on game dev. Also, the return on YouTube videos sucks. You don't even get watch time. Like, I have one video with like 600 views, and I mean, the watch time for it is less than the watch time I have for this stream. That video has been up for years. Like, woohoo! But I guess the thing about tutorials is people continuously watch them over time. It's not like a lot of the reaction videos that people do or whatever, where they're only relevant briefly. As long as there's a community for the game, which, to be honest, the community for RM is kind of small, you know, people keep coming by over the years and they watch it. Probably. Admittedly, I think the tutorials they want are the really simple crap and not anything really complicated. I think that's actually why we get a lot of the more secret knowledge and everything like that, the more complicated stuff, isn't really in the community, because you get people like me who learn it and then discover there's other engines. So we just leave for the other engines. Which I think is actually what happened to a lot of people. They left for Unity around 2018. Yeah, I could. The problem is that the visuals would be the wrong aspect ratio for a short. So I don't know if that would I'd have to like adjust it somehow, crop it or something. But I could go back and do that. If I'm just explaining it off the cuff, I tend to do it much faster and easier, and it's just like, ah, sure, whatever. But if I have to sit there and think about it, make a video of it, oh my gosh. Suddenly it's like this Herculean effort. I think it's that I don't actually like making videos, but I do like streaming. Because streaming, you get to chat with people, and that's fun. I love chatting with people. Yeah. Or maybe I could just zoom in on the code itself. I mean, like, the event things do take up a small space, I guess. I don't know. It'd be, The other thing is shorts are really hard to watch the code in, because, like, you can't really rewind them or anything like that. You just have to watch them back through and try to pause it at the right place. Seems like it'd be really tedious, but you're right. That YouTube does push them. That being said, are people really going to watch them? I mean, even if they are pushed, my streams are pushed quite a bit, but RM and coding in general is only so interesting to people, and most people interested in coding aren't interested in RM. I'm gonna let you know a little secret there. You probably know, you've got, YouTube channel, you understand. The audience for RM is very tiny. I get more people going, oh, look at the graphics, than I do about actual RM. All this sage knowledge goes to waste. Yes, sage knowledge. That's totally sage knowledge. Let me talk to her real fast. I don't know, I might try it. Just see how it goes with doing shorts. Because you really want to lean into the algorithm as hard as possible. That's why streaming is so good. Like, it pushes me to the top of people's stuff. That's how I get more impressions. Not really views, but I get a lot of impressions. I mean, I really saw it in the... and just looking at my analytics, because only 10 to 20% of all of my views and traffic and everything like that is coming from outside resources on the streams. But on the videos, it's like 80 to 90% is from outside resources. YouTube is not pushing the videos at all. Well, maybe they would. Like I say, the problem is what I'm making is so complicated that people often just, it's just outside of the scope of what they're looking for. I'm gonna do a quick load test to see if it works. So yeah, like, I don't know. Like I say, most of the interest I've found has nothing to do with RM itself, and everything to do with the graphics. And like the lore of the world, that kind of thing. People are excited by that. I gotta do this again.
Are you ready?
Going into the portal. Okay, it worked. Last time the menus were broke. I could have probably just kept playing through the game, but
Are you ready?
I did not. Oh, well, that's a glitch thing where she can talk while in the portal. Yeah, well, that's really what it is. Like, I had I was in the Discord, I think, and I was explaining how to use the particles in order to do this really, cool parallaxing to them. And then at the very end, I believe they wanted to know, was it where to put the parallaxes or something? Like, it was something so stupidly simple. And I just realized that, the actual audience is looking for, well, the really simple things. That's why people like Shaz have to sit there or like, and just repeat the same answers that's ad nauseum on the forums, because there's always a new person asking those simple questions, but there's almost no one saying, hey, I want to use pixie particles in order to do all this parallaxing. How do I do that? Nobody asked that.
Don't even try.
Like, really? No one asked that. That's crazy. Oh. The audience is real tiny for advanced techniques. Because basically one of two things happens. Either you never advance beyond the point of being, just like a new person do it. You always use like event commands and never really learn scripting, like most people. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that, but they don't really pick up the JavaScript. They never really go beyond it. Those people, looking for a WYSIWYG, want WYSIWYG answers, and they probably aren't even going to look at your tutorial even then. Now, I know this because there's basically a million tutorials explaining everything that's really simple in this, and yet, lo and behold, they keep asking on the forum saying, oh, I can't find this. They didn't look. There's hundreds of actual threads asking that. It's like, I can bring up a list of all the threads. No, they don't do it. They want a WYSIWYG. So, okay. Or, they get the people who do learn, but then they get beyond RM. And they go, oh, why am I still here? And they go somewhere else. Because if you're willing to put in the effort to learn to script and everything like that, you're going to get a lot more mileage out of a different engine. And then you have weirdos like me who really just like to see what we can pull off with the engine. Like, it's a game of sorts. Just seeing if you can make RM do this stuff in the first place. Did you do this? No, probably not. Am I doing it? Yeah. Okay, I am. At least that's what I've kind of discovered in testing for views. There's a pretty big demand in the RM community for people to play the games. Like, they desperately want any exposure, so if you play their game on stream, they're jumping for joy. Because, well, let's be real here. You might be the only person who plays their game at all.
Don't even try.
Where's the bear? I should be rescuing him. None of the cards are this way, and neither is the bear.
Take cover. Don't even try. Don't even try.
Yeah. I mean, and basically all that experimenting is what's led me to doing all these weird things that nobody does in the community, because,
Don't even try.
I mean, why would you even try that? Like, all because I'm like, this is so cool, I wonder if I could do this. Or well, why is there a limit there? Other people are like going blah, 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 blah. They come up with some reason that they think they know why there's a limit. They don't really know. And, you know, I don't know why they don't know, because I found a way to break the limit. There you go. See? I know the answer.
Take cover.
Also, a lot of people, they'll have knowledge from previous RMs, and, you know, those aren't necessarily true. Like, I know the RMs look the same, and we joke they are the same. They're not the same. They really aren't. They're kind of the same. Some of them are very similar.
Don't even try.
Oh my gosh, where are you, Boosberry? Oh, he's up there now.
Don't
Okay.
even try.
I think I like
Take cover.
my thing for doing the randomization and then the memory management, so this is even possible. Could be tuned to be a little faster at spawning things in. I did upgrade the number of things that spawn in, though.
Take cover. Take cover.
Can you get talked to? Oh my gosh, he might be trapped, in which case I'd have to get him again. Actually, I can do it this way,
I wonder where I can find that.
and then he'll follow me.
Take cover.
Yeah, the ghost form actually was originally put there because of the fact that the randomizer things would spawn inside there. And they still do sometimes.
Take cover.
Oh yeah, I mean they use different programming languages, so I mean like they're so different under the hood. They just look the same. I wish they'd stop recycling graphics so much, because they could make them look different. But I was laughing because it was like RM2000 looks a lot like MZ, and I'm like, really? Are you sure this isn't like, you know, just like the ugly cousin? Because they're pretty close. I only have 3 more cards to find. That sucks that he blows up right there, but whatever.
Don't even try. Take cover. Take cover.
And I programmed like 8 other enemies, and like they're not even in yet. Actually, no, it's 10 other enemies. They have variants.
Cover. Don't even try.
But
Are you
optimize it first, get the game out, and then add to it.
Take cover. Don't even try. Take cover.
But yeah, there is definitely just a lot of fun in messing with this thing. It really is just tinkering to see what you can pull off. I mean, I don't recommend the extremes I went to, but then again, maybe that is just what you like doing. I mean, I like to link it to this guy who I recently saw this video. He made Doom play on a pregnancy test. Yeah, you heard it right. On a literal pregnancy test, on one of the ones with the stupid little screen on there, he was playing Doom. That's a man I can respect right there. That man knows what he wants in life. Granted, what he wants in life is a little weird, but I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I was impressed. Good on that guy, you know?
Don't even try.
Like, yeah. Here I am playing my Diablo knockoff in MZ because I have the same mentality of, I wonder if I could do that.
Take cover.
It's the quote from Jurassic Park where they were saying that they didn't, you know, they were so busy worried about asking if they could, they didn't worry about asking if they should.
Cover.
That is my RM development in a nutshell. 100%.
Don't even try.
I like that the clowns are squeaky toys. It still makes me laugh.
Don't even try. Don't even try. Are you
Yeah. Well, there's a lot of humor in the attic because, you know, like they're all toys and everything like that. I really like
Don't even try.
the Ant-Man mentality, you know, where like originally like the first Ant-Man movie where like they were fighting on that train and like, you know, it's all super amazing, cool, and then they zoom out and it's just a little stupid toy train that they're, you know, fighting on and it just kind of falls off its tracks and looks stupid. Yeah, that's kind of the mentality I want with this. You know, where it's got a lot of funny dumb things and like it's like, well, they're, you know, they're fighting to the death, but they're really just little stupid toys fighting and they're actually tiny. And I had the perspective all wrong in this though, because RM getting the perspective right is almost impossible.
Take cover.
But I definitely want it to be a bit silly. Yes, I got him trapped. I need to fix that so he can't be trapped like that, but that's okay. I don't care right now. I will abuse every bug I know.
Don't even try.
It's not like you get a lot of extra abilities to fight this boss anyway, so. I mean, you technically have 4 abilities. You have a block, you have this dash, ghost form thingy, you got a heal, and the basic projectile, but only one of those actually does damage, so.
Lovely.
Uh-oh.
Don't even try.
Don't stand there. Thankfully, I was under the regen effects of the heal, so it didn't really do too much damage to me, but... The heal's the worst thing to balance because of the fact that, later on you have the same power, the same heal as, you know, you do right now. So the heal's really strong right now and much crappier later. I used to make it where it was just a full heal. Oh, it's not full. It was just a, it gave you all the heal at once, but I later turned it on to a partial heal with a regenerate because it was too good. I had to make the enemies so tough just to make up for the fact the heal was too good.
Lovely.
Even now it's really good. This is a sweet spot where you can actually hit the clown. The problem is if he's too far away, he'll either teleport or jump. And if he's too close, he does an invincible strike at you, or he charges you. So, if you want to hit him, you gotta do one of the two. You gotta be like right in between. But a lot of the bosses have that in this game, so like in order to make it so they can stay relevant, they have to have ways to catch up to you all the time. Got him, finally.
Don't even try. Don't even try.
I do plan on recording voices for all this and everything like that.
Don't even try.
Using voice.ai to make all kinds of custom voices. It does such a great job. Oh, actually, I played it for you. The track I had, the recording I had of the ending, the bad ending. Using one of the female voices did fantastic. I mean, I was like, wow.
Hi. Bye.
Can we successfully play through this whole thing? Maybe. That took a long time.
Yo.
See you later.
Yo.
See you later. Are you ready?
I was using someone's multiple choice plugin so that I can actually hide things and stuff like that, and it doesn't even work right. It's terrible.
I sense danger.
It's supposed to hide options after you actually do it, and it's not doing it. Whatever.
Don't even try.
There's already an error message that was created for each one before I got that plugin, so it's fine. I had a backup plan. Actually, in Tinka's case, she actually has funny dialogue if you haven't killed something and try to claim a bounty. I swear, you know, the more I wrote it, the more I realized she became borderline, you know, from like, you know, funny, but at the same time, her humor could often be off or even cruel sometimes. And you're just like, wait a minute. Like, this is, I mean, she would say funny things, but they were not always the nicest things.
I
Ah,
wonder
Unlike Annie's on here, who's just an endless Amazon joke. There's not enough dialogue for a lot of the characters to have that much personality yet, except for Poppet and Tinka. And mostly just Tinka is like 90% of the dialogue I wrote, because she acts as the everything for purposes of directing the player. Later on there'll be other stuff, but whatever. One thing I learned to do, like, and I think everyone should do, is I don't program like direct movements, I program behaviors. So that the NPCs find locations and do things in response to stimuli versus having direct movements. Get her to safety. I want my shop.
Take cover. Take cover.
Out on the box there. I mean, to be fair, he is in the way. I shouldn't be able to just magically pass through the enemies.
You're welcome.
Oh, he's trapped in the animation. Whatever. Nice. Yeah, like, those voices are amazing. Like, it's just, I'm impressed. I'm willing to just jump on the AI boat right now. I already use things that are like, you know, tool assisted. Like if you've ever used Photoshop in order to alter pictures, I mean, you're using programs to calculate all the information for you, so you don't gotta do it yourself. For the AI voices, I mean, if they can make it where you can literally have whatever voice you need without having to do any extra effort, I mean, it really helps out indie devs who can't really afford it. Sure, the voice actors are probably gonna be a little sad, but, well, I don't know what to tell you. Technology moves on. Yeah. People like, you know, people have a really bad way of looking at it, because they're looking at the present jobs that exist
Don't even try.
and thinking that we lose those. True, we do. However, new situations create new jobs, new opportunities. So, you know, you just adapt to the new one. There will be tasks for people to do. Humanity is not totally worthless suddenly because, you know, someone generated some dirty pictures with AI or something.
Don't even try.
Oh yeah.
I will end you.
Well, now, like, Photoshop is literally using AI to remove things from stuff like that, so you'll be using AI to do better jobs like that. Like, you know,
Finished.
I mean, I've tested stuff like Stable Diffusion and everything, and it's okay, but the problem is that you don't get what you want necessarily. You get ideas of things.
Finished.
So you can still adjust it. I mean, in time, it'll get better at doing things, but more likely, you know, you're going to be editing it, directing it, and just making use of it. You'll produce this stuff much faster, but there'll still be input.
Finished.
Why am I not trying to freeze him? He's so much easier to beat if you try to freeze him. The poison attack needs work in this game. It's the crappiest one by far.
Die.
I mean, it does, like, once you hit a boss with it, they do take 5 points of damage over time, and they can't really, there's no way to get rid of it, so they just take 5. Though it could trigger faster.
You are finished. Die. You are finished.
But I mean, yeah, I look at what AI lets me do in, in Unreal Engine, and I'm just like, okay, well, you know, look at these cool things that I would never have been able to do as an indie. Like, it's just not possible. And yet, I can do it because, you know, it's a thing. Like the cloth physics, animating that character. Do you think I could ever make that happen myself? You know how long that would take? Oh my god, it'd never happen. Let me see how long it takes to program just simple systems in this. I mean, yeah, like it's just things that are just incredible. Like, or the landscaping tools in that. Oh my god. You make whole worlds and it takes no time whatsoever practically. It's like,
Lovely.
yeah, or this thing is like, oh, this converts the landscape into like real world topography based on these things. Like, these tools are just,
Take cover.
I just look at the future of what you can and can't do, and I mean, what is RM but a tool that lets you, you know, do things you were never going to do by yourself? Because you're not going to code an entire engine by yourself. You're very unlikely to do that. RM's helping you shortcut. That's all these other things are doing. Now, is there ethics issues with, you know, training it off of things? Sure. But there's plenty of corporations like, you know, Adobe has a, what, like, Adobe Firefly or something like that? Or was it Firelight? I think it was one of the two.
Lovely.
And it's trained off just images they own. So look, now we have an AI that literally works off that you can use right now off the Adobe Cloud. Okay. No more ethical problem. There you go. Problem solved. So,
Take cover. Don't even try.
sure, the weird hacker crap like Stable Diffusion's probably not okay, but, you know, whatever.
Lovely.
Over time, that will probably get supplanted by something that is legal. Yeah. You train it yourself, train it your own art style, and look, then you suddenly have a version of you who does all the work for you. Perfect. I mean, it's so good. I look at Daz 3D, that thing lets him help me create, you know, my own characters that are unique and great looking that I would never be able to do on my own in time. Like, it would take too long. The graphics for this game would have taken so long to make without a helper tool like that. I'm one guy. I don't have time to, you know, make everything from literal scratch, and you shouldn't. Because that's just a bad use of tools. Like, you know, they exist. I literally make things from scratch in RM. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Do as I say, not as I do. Yeah. No, I mean, I look at it this way. I mean, in my lifetime, I've literally seen the, you know, internet take prominence, and, you know, like people picked up cell phones, and these things didn't exist. All these tools were just not there, and now they're suddenly our life. It's like they're here. That's what they are now. I still remember dial-up. Freaking dial-up. Oh my god.
Lovely.
I actually remember mail rooms, like, you know, like, I don't know, it was with the, like, you know, the online little, like, messaging things before they actually had, like, a lot of chat rooms and stuff. And you would get everything via email. And I was so excited because I had, you know, an email at a random university when I was like 14. It was great. And, you know, I subscribed to all these, you know, little news groups to learn all these things and everything like that. And, like, hundreds of emails. I was so happy, and I never looked at any of them. But listen, there you go. Yeah, dial-up can burn in the fire. Some people still use it, though, believe it or not. Like, you know, I'm also from rural areas, and, you know, you don't have to go that far up in the mountains where it's becoming, you know, you can still have people who don't actually have good internet. Though Starlink is fixing that. Soon Starlink will become the default internet, so in time, even they will have incredible internet.
Congratulations.
Literally, if I could shovel money into Starlink right now, I would, but it's a private company, so the only you can invest in that Musk owns is Tesla, sadly.
Hi.
Yeah. The future is bright indeed once you look past the initial current events. There you go. But there's always going to be bad things in the world, and, you know, from the ashes of that, good things will happen. Or if we all die, whatever, you know, aliens can point back to this guy and be like, ha ha ha, this guy said good things would happen after all the bad stuff on his stream. What a moron. Oh, hey, first time, last name. Welcome from down under. You are just in time to hear us talk about AI, the future, and me testing this game that I no longer want to encrypt because it doesn't run very well if I do. Well, barring the base encryption I had no choice to do. But, stupid contracts.
See you later.
Oh my god, this plugin is terrible. I'm gonna leave it in because I don't care enough to fix it for this version of the prototype, but whatever.
See you later.
It will get fixed. It's just gonna get removed. I'm gonna find another solution. I was able to buy everything. Nice. Now to take on the Annies.
Are you ready?
You get both poison and firewall for this fight. And firewall is very good against the Annies. Annie's also the first point where they actually do double damage. Like they do 2 damage a shot.
Sense danger.
Oh, thanks. It's the prototype. Like this is the last test of the prototype to see if I can just kick it out the door. It's not finished, of course, the game, but you know, people will be able to test it, give me ideas, and you know, see if they like what's happening. If they don't like it, well then we won't speak about it ever again. Just kick it under the rug. Nope, didn't happen. Just sweep it.
Take cover. Boom, baby. Don't even try.
I find the hardest NPC to find because she's dressed in all black. No, she's right there. She has a little bit of red on her, but she's really hard to find a lot of times.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
You really don't want to stand out in the open against the Annies. They do a lot of damage, and their projectiles are heat-seeking, so...
Take cover. Take cover.
Honestly, this projectile, I think the best thing about this attack is that it acts as the best defense for dealing with other projectiles. You can just shoot theirs out of the sky. That's right, the projectiles are a lot like little, like, aerial battles here. Come back and fight. Saved her. Use a heal here because they do a lot of damage. A lot of damage. Run away.
Take cover.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Now, Musk is doing some impressive things technologically, no doubt. Starlink, Neuralink. Neuralink's terrifying, but I look forward to the day where I can stare at a computer and it does work for me too.
Don't even try.
The only thing I don't look forward to is when parts inside your body end up obsolete and they have to do an operation to replace them. Hopefully they get some sort of nanotech or disposable things, so you know that's
Take cover.
so they don't have to do that. Oh my gosh, there was a horror story where these people, they had eyes for them for blind people like that, and they were like robotic eyes, right? And this startup company made them. They I think it was like a few $100,000 for the surgery to put them in. And then the company went out of business, and see, those eyes connected to their servers in order to work. So when that company went out of business, that person was just suddenly blind out of nowhere because all that proprietary stuff wasn't usable for anything else. It was still stuck in their head. I was like, that's horrible. So there's a fun horror story of a future there for you.
Lovely. Don't even try. Take cover.
You know,
Take
Musk is definitely a memer. I could see him being into anime and everything like that. I laughed so hard when he replaced the Twitter logo with a Doge. I was like, yes, yes, this man understands me. I mean, before he took it over, I hated Twitter. Oh my god, I only used it as a way to post to get some things, and I never interacted on it. Horrible place. Now it's kind of fun, full of memes. Now I post on it periodically. Not that often, because I'm still not that excited by it, because I hate social media, but... Chatting with people on stream, I love that. Social media... You just don't really get much out of doing it, I think. I don't know. Like, there's not much to it that's of use to me. Some likes, I guess. I don't know. They don't really mean anything. I just have the one for my, you know, the imaginary villain one. That's it. I just don't, I can't be bothered with 2 accounts. All I ever do is post things and like people's other stuff. Usually just game dev stuff. But I don't look at it, so it's not that often that I like people's stuff on it. It's not that I don't like their stuff, I just don't look at Twitter. Also, I did the thing where I traded followers, essentially, to get a lot of followers. Basically, you just follow a whole bunch of people, and then they follow you back, and that gets you a bunch of followers, which gets you visibility. So there's a lot of crap in there I don't even care about. I mean, they were all game dev people, but... Like, I have time to even play their games to be interested in them in the first place. I don't. I really don't. There's the last one right there. Cool. I need to make my algorithm for where the things end up being spawned at much better. Also, there's a giant open area, which is like a death field against this thing. You do not want to fight Anna out in the open.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
Actually, it's not even Anna that's the dangerous one out in the open. She's dangerous in general, but the little other Annies are so much more dangerous if you fight them in the open. She's also a little tall, so I need to make it so that the fires appear behind her. If they're missing her. If they're above her like that. My fake 3D is not as good as it could be. Yeah, don't get hit by that.
Boom, baby. Don't even try. Boom, baby. Don't even try.
Poison might be okay against Anna.
Take cover.
I mean, you can't really see it triggering it, but you'll see her health go down over time.
Boom, baby.
I wonder if it ever cleans off her. I don't even know. It should clean off her, but it's hard to tell because she's constantly moving, and I don't see it on her anymore, so it does clear.
Lovely. Lovely. Take cover.
Ugh. Get out of there quick. She does a lot of damage if you actually get hit. And that's why the game really does reward you for dodging like crazy. So I say it's more Dark Souls than you think. If you see me actually get hit by something. That only did 3. It's not a lot. Those death fields they dropped there were savage. Well, so far though, we're getting pretty far through the playthrough here, and it's looking like it's working.
Boom, baby. Take cover. Lovely. Don't even try.
she dealt like half my life in damage right there because I get hit by 2 attacks. Plus you get darkness, which is annoying since she's really hard to see.
Boom, baby. Lovely. Take cover. Take cover.
I'll be able to slap her with poison. And she's not that hard to poison because she actually doesn't fire a lot of projectiles.
Boom, baby.
It does only do 5 over time though.
Boom, baby. Take cover. I need more energy.
And the energy, you gotta be careful of that.
Lovely.
Basically, as long as you don't get nailed by the pool attacks where they just put all the crap on the ground, like too much of that kills you very quickly, so. Otherwise, you should be relatively fine. Those attacks are definitely dodge or die.
Boom, baby.
It does say danger on the ground though, so you do deserve it for getting hit by them. And it does say so.
I need more energy. Lovely.
Don't get trapped in there.
Don't even try.
Yeah, the darkness seems relatively balanced. Like, but the problem is though, is if you can let her stack it on you a lot, then it could be pretty bad news. But you also do kind of deserve it. So
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Don't even try.
yeah, all that encryption was really just breaking everything. I don't know, like that's probably why the code is behaving so weird. Like they say, oh, it doesn't break anything. Blah blah blah.
Take cover.
Bullshit. Excuse the language, but jeez.
Take cover. Take cover. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Lovely.
Ow.
Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby.
This is how good my event spawner is. Keep in mind that every time this moves, it spawns 3 new events and cleans the other ones away. So it's literally spawning events that fast. Look at that. Yeah, look at those go. They're everywhere.
Boom, baby.
You could never do that with the Vichy Stella one. It's not memory efficient enough at all.
Boom, baby.
Got her. I'm just gonna leave it up while I run around. Yeah, yeah. Gross misuse of power. Yeah, still good FPS. Works for me. Time to escape the level. Time to heal. Oh, the darkness on me is pretty long. Of course, Tinka generates a lot of light from a picture, so if you can get back to there, there's plenty of light.
Congratulations.
Let's see if it cleans darkness when I leave the area. It should. I'm pretty certain I made a thing that cleaned everything. Upon exiting, due to a problem it caused earlier.
Hi.
Name a bounty. Anna is dead.
Bye.
Nope, don't go there yet. I do not wish to fight the Teddy without the other ability. 44 minutes. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by, Blinded Journeyman.
Are you ready?
Made this way more interesting than just, you know, me testing this yet again. I'll catch you later. Hopefully I'll have good news to report. Alright, the tarot game is unlocked. Let's do this. I think I managed to beat the tarot game once, all 4 of them in like 9 minutes one time. I doubt I can do it in 9 minutes this time, though. My memory is not that great. I don't even see what these were. Oops. Not the right one. Damn. Oh, not that one. Is it crossover to a fun pinball machine minigame area, boss battles, whatever? Yeah, maybe. I mean, here's the thing. If you suggest things on stream, there's a good chance that, you know, some of it goes into the game. I do plan to add to it. Like, this is just the prototype one. It's just the concept if people like it. But otherwise, you know, I consider having a pinball thing here. The only problem, though, is there's no real physics in RM. So I don't know if the pinball would work correctly, but I can make a lot of other minigames, so maybe. Did I see that? No. Where did I see this one? Right there, okay. As you can tell, my memory sucks. Be excited by my terrible memory. It's right there. That's not the one black. This one here, yep. Oh, 50-50 failed. Well done, me. There's actually another minigame that I had already programmed a lot of. And it was actually assembling a puzzle. Like, you get all these little puzzle pieces and like you put them together and arrange them into pictures. And you could drag them everywhere like that. Yep. But it wasn't quite finished, so I didn't bother to include it. Like, it'll be in a later version, of course, but this version's just not about that thug life. These two are the ones. Is it? No. Oh, it's the other man in black. There we go. Nope. This one here. This one? Nope. Oops. The old misclick. Nice. Fool somewhere else. I saw her a moment ago. Nope. Nope. That's that one. Nope. Now for the hard one. I plan to spread these out in later versions of the game, but because there's only so much content in the actual thing there. What it's doing is if you flip two of them and they're not correct, it'll immediately it'll flip them over, but there's a certain time lag, so you can actually reveal a bunch of other cards. All the cards you reveal will fail, but that's okay. As long as the last two, like, it'll keep checking for each new pair, basically, is what's happening. I'm just doing it really fast. But yeah, like, it's not a time thing there. It's literally just it's comparing two arrays. Wait, is that one right here? No. Oh, nope, it's the Grim Reaper. Screwed me up. Oh, there's two of them right here. I found the best strategy is just to go there and you hope for ones that are next to each other. That's all you care about. If they're next to each other, it makes your life a lot easier. Because with this many matches, unless your memory is really good, it's not going to be that easy. My memory's not good. Oh, there we go. Oh. Fail, do that. I just saw her. I don't remember what half these were. Wait. I had one flipped up already. Oops. I have it rigged right now where you unlock a different ability for each one of these you beat. And like I say, they're supposed to be spread out throughout the game, but for purposes of this, they're not spread out. You could do them anytime you want. Well, once you've saved her, this building doesn't appear until you've actually successfully saved Fortuna, the tarot lady. So, you know, if you once you save her, like, there'll be more and more of these available. Oops. Where did I see that? Nope, not that one. Where you at? There you are. What trips me up are there's multiple people in white, and there's also the people in black. Like, these two groups make it hard for me to differentiate them, because I'm not looking at things for very long, usually. Three-year delay on messages? Really? Is there? Can I adjust that? Let me see. I know I had it set to a minor delay. Only because my internet connection's only so fast, but that being said, there's only supposed to be like a second or two. You can do a message delay intentionally, but that's for slow mode, not for a... YouTube's backend sucks, by the way. Let me see if I can find anything that does fix this problem. All this information to tag it. It's true. Hmm. I might. There's going to be some limitations put in. Like, this is, like, I was actually going to have a limited number of flips before you lose. But, and like, you had to pay your money in order to try the game. But the first version's just, I wanted people to test it, so, you know. I haven't that. Also, how long is the delay on, like, you know, the messages? Because I haven't really had anyone actually tell me one way or another. Like, I have no idea. I have it set on like the medium setting, but I can't find a way to really change it in YouTube's back thing like that. Only when I start the stream itself is there even an option. And you know, that's cool and all, but I can't really restart the stream. I could, but all my links everywhere would be wrong. What am I looking at here? My memory is horrible. Up here, I think? Maybe? Nope. Problem is, I've done this tarot game so many times that it's, I remember other times where the tarot cards were in other areas, and I can't ever remember which one was which. I've just done it that many times. Alright, we're good, we're good. Obviously the time for beating the game is going to be off, but I was derping around. Nope.
Are you ready?
Yep. Now armed with every ability. One. Are you sure you're not on the end of the actual the end of the stream video? Like, you know, you're like not like on the last possible time? Because 1 to 2 minutes seems insane. Oh, if that's the case, that's nuts. Is there any way to change that? Huh. I guess I'm seeing that there. I'm watching the actual connection over here and seeing what it's showing me, trying to judge about where it goes. Well, the actual stream shouldn't be too far. Well, yeah, I'm standing by her. And this one here has me standing way over there. They just stopped? Yeah, I don't get it. Huh. Oh, it play's not on there, okay. Huh. I mean, the image I'm seeing isn't too far apart, but... I guess I could open up a thing and, I could have gone to many of these windows. Let me save real fast. Now we can do a quick test here. I'm gonna do a save here.
Hi.
Oh, is it working better?
Bye.
Because I can definitely open up a copy of the stream too. And hear myself echo for a bit and see if it, how far off it is. Do a quick test here. Do a quick test here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. But I could probably speed up a little, I guess. Do a quick test here. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. But I could probably speed up a little, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's like, what, 10 seconds? At most? Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. it doesn't seem like it's like what, 10 seconds at most. I don't know, I can definitely on the next stream I can definitely speed it up. It's possibly like, because of the way YouTube does it, you could actually have the video like a stream playing, but not be on the last few seconds of it. So you'll actually like be hearing past stuff, which is awkward and weird. But I save. I don't remember if I saved. I've done that before on streams where you're not actually. It's a YouTube thing. They're weird. They're so weird. That was also weird. All right. Okay, good.
Sense danger.
I was gonna say I'm gonna fix that. Otherwise, that's not a good thing at all. I don't want that.
Don't even try. Take cover.
I forgot these guys do a lot of damage. Definitely get lightning storm for this guys. So
Don't even try.
see if we can find Miranda wherever she's at.
Don't even try.
A character you don't even have to rescue, but I rescue her just to see what would happen if you did.
Don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try. Don't even try.
Where are you at, Miranda? You're here somewhere. You are.
I wonder where I can find that.
Because it's the prototype and it's an unfinished game. There's a joke character who's, you know, a placeholder, who's actually was the main character from the game I didn't make, or may make one day, but I don't know, probably not. Who knows? So she's an Asagi character, you know, the type of character who's upset that, you know, you're not working on her game and instead of working on a different game. And according to the prototype lore, is the reason why the prototype has been stalled, because I won't work on her game. Yeah. Halloween Diablo, there you go.
Don't even try.
Basically, all the areas of this that I'm going to make are all going to be themed around crap you'd find in an attic. So, like Halloween decorations, Christmas decorations, old dolls, you know, children's toys. And then a creepy section full of things that you would not normally find in an attic. That's near the end,
You're welcome.
for an explanation of why things are as they are.
Don't even try.
I planned 5 different biomes, but because everything's randomly generated, it's every time you play the maps are different, so it replays pretty well. I've replayed this game quite a bit at this point. This area is hyped as an unfinished area. Like, Tinka allows you to view an area that isn't completed, and fight a boss that's unfinished, and go to an area afterwards that's unfinished, as your reward for beating the main portion of the prototype. I actually did a bunch of work on this area, even though it's an unfinished area. It's just missing a bunch of assets,
Don't even try.
so there's not a lot of variety. These also weren't the enemies that were supposed to be here in the first place. I just put them here because they were actually finished.
Don't even try.
Well, finished is the wrong term. They've
I need more
have enough
energy.
work in them to be viable enemies.
Don't even try.
Yeah, this game should be like if I can beat this prototype, then I'm gonna put it up on itch probably after the stream. I need to make it one more tweak to it by removing all the game dev stuff, so you can't just cheat your way through things, because I have all the cheater stuff in still just in case I need it to fix a problem. I mean, it's played for over an hour without problems.
Don't even try.
Every single thing has worked so far. There's been a couple weird, you know, phase through thingies, but nothing too bad. Nothing that breaks the game. And it's operating at 60 FPS, no problem. I still have one boss to beat, though.
Don't even try.
Yeah.
Don't even try.
There's definitely a bunch of deep lore for it being in an attic. By deep lore, I mean,
Try.
okay, the toys fighting each other. There is lore. There's a point. I put everything in the exact same world. And I put little bits of lore in just because. So if you play all my games, you know, whenever I make them, they'll just be... You don't need to know the lore from things, but you'll get lore from various characters' perspectives.
Don't even try.
Of course, the first version game I had was super, super ambitious. Where's this last card at? It's annoying. It was super ambitious, and the lore was way too big for it. This, however, is a much simpler lore. And yet not as simple. Well, I mean, I guess it is. It's a very small scale lore, but some of the best stories are the ones where they just, you know, are smaller scale anyway. You get to find out more about the people and everything, and they're more intimate, I guess, is the best way to put it. Don't get hit by the teddy. Snuggle Waffle is mean.
I wouldn't go there.
Pretty much. Well, there'll be a lot of attic cleaning here, and what you'll find in this attic is
Take cover.
not good things.
I wouldn't go there.
Hey, buddy.
Oh, he kind of... The graphics don't work too well for that. Whatever.
I wouldn't go there. Lovely.
I gotta fight him a little differently. I'm running away too much instead of standing my ground. Oh, I ran out of... Don't get slowed. One of the quickest ways you can die to this guy is he hits you with a slow, and then you happen to get stuck in one of those, like, the sword thingy on the ground, and it just basically annihilates you. You're just dead. That combo kill is not friendly. I don't know how he managed to break that tree, but he did. It's fine, it was intended. Yeah, that attack is so damaging. Most damaging thing in the game by far.
I wouldn't go there.
I think each sword tick does like 2 damage a shot or something like that. But you only have very little health in this game, so... I'm going to scale it up for later versions so it's more impressive, but for purposes of this right now, I don't care. Out of mana. No, this spell's expensive. So I don't cast it a lot. Don't stand still. Run away.
I wouldn't go there.
Teddy will hurt you. Or Snuggle will hurt you good. Nope, don't get hit by that. I need to make his leaping strike where he goes, hey buddy, do way more damage.
I wouldn't go there.
Also his sword though, because they don't have, they're like smaller things. There's not a lot of hits on them.
I wouldn't go there.
Yes, get stuck in there. That's my plan to beat him. He's real hard to beat if you don't use this strategy. This strategy works too. Except for the problem with it is you get hit by slow. But you are invincible while using this spell. It doesn't last forever though. But you see how bad slow is. That was a really bad decision to get hit by that. Now it's because I stood still for a moment.
Lovely.
Finally. I used to fight him using only the invincibility and dodging repeatedly. It was hard and using the regular attacks and things.
I wouldn't go there.
This is why you beat the tarot game, because you get this spell.
I wouldn't go there.
You don't beat the tarot game. Oh god. This is such a hard fight. He's not even finished. I didn't finish all of his attacks, so got him. Yes. Yes, goodies for me. I'm free. Yes. We're almost done. Yes, go to the area that is not done. She says it's an area that's not done. That's all that matters. It's a running gag with her. She's like, well, we're already running with this gag. I might as well keep running with a little farther here. Even less done area. You can chat with her and she'll tell you things.
Hi. Bye.
Oh, that I need to change. Let me make a note to change that one thing there. That is not something that we want there. On the last map, Inca asks to return to a map that doesn't exist yet. Cool. That would have been a little embarrassing. You just crash your game.
Hi.
Save. It's not going to be a completely accurate time, but an hour and 11 minutes. I probably derped around for like 5 minutes with the stream thingy, so not bad, not bad.
Bye.
Tinker will tell you about things that are upcoming in the game if you want to talk to her there. But I'm just going to hit the finish the prototype. Because I already know what's coming up in the later versions of this. I've already talked to her enough times. I'm going to change the thanks for playing message. Thanks for playing the prototype.
Don't forget me.
A passive skill that increases the invisible radio size that reveals the incoming red danger areas. Maybe. Right now, there's no actual passive thing that actually does it. Like, it's just if they're put on the ground, it's just revealed. And part of the reason for that is because Poppet moves so quickly with her once she runs, but also she has that ghost form ability. So, not a lot's actually hidden like that. Darkness is about the only thing that actually hides things, but even then, darkness doesn't hide the danger things. Then again, the danger things usually just appear around Poppet, so. Something to think about. Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's yeah, it's. I definitely want to have some fun mini games like that. I almost wish I'd made a point-and-click adventure so I could make more stupid mini games. So, great news: the prototype is beatable without problems, without important problems. There was problems in there. I saw them. They weren't important problems. And that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. All right, so 2 changes that I need to make. Actually, 3 changes that need to be made before I put this out. And 2 of them are with Tinka. Let's see. Remove game dev stuff. And thank the player for playing the prototype. I want to hammer home that it's a prototype to people. It's the last thing I want is like going, how come it doesn't end anywhere? I don't have anything going. That's because it's not done. It's a prototype. It's advertised everywhere as a prototype. Just a concept. It's about an hour of gameplay. Actually, probably about an hour and 20 minutes if you're, or maybe an hour and 30 if you're slow, like we haven't done it before. Oh, like, it's really just static abilities you can unlock. There's like 7 unlockable spells and like 3 abilities that you get anyway to just use all the time. And then there's just fixed upgrades you can collect. It doesn't have a bunch of, it's not like real Diablo. It's probably closer to like a half-breed between Zelda and Diablo. Later on, it might get those features. Let's put it that way. Like it's we're not 100% certain what it's getting and what it's not. Mostly whatever seems fun. Um, let's return to the hub, right? No. Um, 22. It's 19, right? Hmm. Yeah, I'm not expecting a full-on Diablo. 100%, it's not going to be full Diablo. The time it takes to create all those systems and balance all those abilities and like that, people underestimate that it took hundreds of people to make Diablo. Years. So I'll just give her fun abilities like that, and you can unlock them like that. No, I mean the jank is honestly that the game ends, but also like I say the fact that I just have specifically unlocked like this much hit points, unlike this like that, just unlockable abilities that are like stat upgrades and things, just not and the menu system is not particularly robust because I had to lock a lot of stuff out because it's just not finished yet, to be honest. I didn't open it even once because it's not that useful since I already know all the stuff, but it does tell you information. There's even a system to level up abilities. It's just that I haven't bothered to balance it or expand upon it, so it's like it's just not useful yet. That's kind of where we're at with it. Like it's just a concept that takes a little over an hour to beat. Well, I think the first time it took me an hour and 30 minutes, so I've gotten much faster. Oh yeah, I was trying to check which map this was. So if the map is ending here, oh, I'm enlarging it. I don't need that. I just want to be able to see the bottom here. 19. So for her, if the map equals 19, which doesn't equal 19. Oh, well, thanks for dropping by. Thanks for thanks for the compliment, and I'm happy that it's looking good to people. It's definitely, hopefully, improving at least some amount. Otherwise, what am I doing with all this time? I would just be sad. It's like, oh, your game looks the same. Like, oh. Put music back on, change a few things here, export one more version, then I'll add the controls to the itch.io page that I already made, and then I'm gonna, I think, just make it live, honestly. Since I'm not going to be doing any extra protections because of the fact that it just breaks the game. I'll just put it everywhere and they can have fun with it. Okay, so she transfers to what is the transfer information for this? I'm pretty certain it's right here. It's just 15, 20, 21. Wait, no. That's right. And she's not on 19, she asked that. Otherwise... And transfer to that map. I want to see what happens. Actually, also while I'm at it, I'm going to remove the game dev stuff. I'm just going to keep a backup of this event right over here. Yep. Just in case I break something. I just move the credits up and delete game dev options. In case for some reason you just want to view the credits randomly, also so I can show people that it's mine. Yeah, that seems reasonable. Say there's an issue with that stupid plugin not hiding choices, but whatever. It'll only be a week before the next prototype comes out anyway. I plan on updating it basically weekly, unless the thing is just in a completely broken state on, you know, on the update day. So I might take a week and just play around with Unreal Engine. That might happen. Listen, I've been meaning to play with it. I just haven't had time because I'm working on this instead. Yeah, it's the Eli Choice Manager has problems. Maybe it doesn't like Galv message styles. Let's just dump that right above there. I know they work together. I've used it a bunch, but I remember them working initially, and then they didn't. They've had problems ever since. It's possible I changed their order because they weren't programmed very well or something. That's entirely possible. They didn't bother to alias their stuff, so it's overwriting basic functions in RM. Never do that. Alias everything. Oh yeah, and on the last map, I wanted to make this here. That is not the last portal. This is the last portal. Prototype. I'm just changing my prototype. I mean, it's a prototype. If they like it, they'll check back later, and if they don't, well, be like that. If I care. I mean, I do want them to check back. I do. Sure. Go double check my English over in Google Docs. Because I don't always do the best job. I also just check everything as I go, so this way I don't have to worry about later. Also, on Tinka's credits, I think I left someone off. Let me double check that I didn't leave them off. The credits need to be listed twice. No, I put Hime Works in there, okay. That should be everything. Let me do a quick test by going into that particular map and seeing if it's the right thing. She can return to Area 1 if it's there. Oh. That's fine, sure. I need to turn Area 2 back on, but let me check this thing here, make sure it works, and then I'll go back and do that. Speed that up. There's an issue with the messages in the intro thingy that kind of suck a bit, but I don't know what to do about that other than update it next time. Yes, because I don't want to keep screwing with it. Let me turn area 2 on really fast for testing here. Where is area 2 before I go to all the trouble? It is 218. I do not want to find that manually. Turn 218 on. Tinka is the most complicated event in the game. She is so complicated. She's actually represented by like 2 events, I think like somewhere between 5 and 7 common events, and she's got like a huge amount of pages and just... I don't know why it's doing the weird flicker thing there. This was a problem that didn't exist before, and yet now it exists. So with this activated, she doesn't do that. Never mind. Oh yeah. Her credits thing works, right?
Bye. Are you ready? Hi.
Wait. What was the number? 218. Okay. Oh, secret reward has to be unlocked. I mean, normally these would both be unlocked by then, so it's not like it's only a pain because I'm testing it out of order, but you can't even get to the Teddy fight until you've actually or Snuggle fight until you've actually unlocked the secret area, because it is the secret area. Double check. Never mind.
Are you ready?
Yep. I guess there's no option to fight Snuggle Waffle a second time. Whatever, I'll edit it in later, I don't care. Don't care. That was everything I need to fix, right? Yep. Remove game dev stuff. Thanks for... Yep. Let me delete the 2 add-ins here to make it do its thing. Let me save. Oh yeah. Make the title screen. Tell the title screen to go back to the opening and not map 19. All right. How exciting. got a different password for that. Whatever, I'll make a new password anyway. Good old RM doesn't bother to hide anything, does it? That's okay, I can just generate a brand new ridiculous password. I can pretend like it's protecting something. Yes. While it is doing that, I'm going to take a quick bio break. Because I've been drinking tea this whole time and it's been 4 hours. Yes, I will be right back. Alright, back. I'll have to develop a streamer bladder where you can spend like 8 hours and never need to use the restroom. Yeah, good luck with that. 4+ hours in? No. What was I doing? Oh, yes. Just one quick double check I'd like to make on this particular export. Pretty certain I did the right thing, but I want to be 100% certain that I actually made one important change at the very beginning. It does go to the opening, right? I think I changed it, but it's 6:11 a.m. here. So, maybe I did. Okay, it goes to the right map. Good enough for me. Just checking. You never know. This is me we're talking about. Alright, is there anything else I want to do to this? I don't think there is. Doesn't need any saves like that. I mean, global thing. That's just normal things that are there. I say not much point in protecting things. I care. Actually, I might want to make a quick change to plug in things like that. Do I even care? Originally I wasn't going to make these plugins free for people and make people subscribe, but do I care? They don't have to. On a video? Yeah, let's make them all say that. Okay. Whatever. I'll do it this way. Originally, I was going to protect him so I didn't have to worry about having any kind of conditions on him or deal with it at all. But since that's clearly not possible due to RM being RM, okay, whatever. I mean, these aren't really for anyone else to use because they... What good would they be? I mean, it's literally just specific coding. Little things you never think about. I don't really want to sit there and provide support for things that are made for my game entirely. I just don't. I really don't. Actually, let's copy the whole thing here. Where can that be found at? It's effectively like releasing all these plugins at the same time, but like I said, I kind of don't even care anymore. GitHub, there we go. I was trying to think of... my GitHub? Cool, I have 29 stars in there. Did I miss any? Let's see. I've got... I'm gonna do this really fast. I'm just gonna go down the list. Easier. Done. Done. Yeah, I don't really want people to use that because I'm not going to sit there and answer questions. I'm not going to answer questions about any of these probably, but maybe I will. Depends. Why in the world aren't you opening to a side here? Yeesh. I want to open more than one. Alright, so overrides is there. It's got all kinds of text that's not even in there anymore from other versions of the game and everything. It's so stupid. Like all the original text from the other one is just there. Why not? Seems fine to me. I'll get around to it at some point, I guess. Whatever. There's plenty of code in here that's just so absolutely worthless. Good story. Tools is already done. That's all of them. Oh wait, yeah, we need to save all in this, right? Just in case. I guess it doesn't need to be a save all because everything's already saved, right? This is the released one here. Let me grab the last files. Okay, close my version of the game that was open. Cool. Add this to an archive. Can go there, that's fine. The excitement as I get together a GitHub here. My GitHub, blah, blah, blah. What am I thinking here? A niche.io page. This tab's to the right. Let me get that up here really quick. My work in progress itch.io page for it. Because the artist need. I'm going to change upcoming features to the controls. I realize that people will not want to figure it out, so I'll just do that. It's easier. And yeah. Maybe I'll have to do that. Let's see. Yes, give me $5. Nope. Or $20. Who? Sometimes itch. You are weird. It's $0 to do it. You can donate. It's a suggested donation. Nobody ever donates, so it's adorable. But you know, I can always pretend. Where is that? I always go through files off screen because you never know. There might be personal information I do not wish to share with the world. Maybe. Where did it compress to? World. Inside here somewhere. But where? Where is it? Huh. I told it to compress. It zipped it somewhere. Okay. I like how the actual files are about 200 megabytes, but then it adds it in the NWJS and it's like over 500 megabytes for the whole game. That's why I laugh. People are like, oh, blah, 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 I'm going to try to make it smaller. Yeah, well, don't worry, NWJS will fix that for you. Yeah. Yeah. Get fixed by NWJS. Yes. While I'm doing this, let's see. I'm going to have the itch.io stuff here. Encrypted plugins. Yeah, screw that. That doesn't happen anymore. Now we see the game won't even launch. Whatever. The opening? Good. Controls. You get a chance to see all the dumb crap that happens behind the scenes when putting these things up. Fun. All right, let me where is that? I actually have the controls already set up in here, or an explanation on how to do them. So let's just copy pasta this stuff right on in, no problem. And then post this everywhere so people can just play it. I can ignore it for like at least 2 days or something while I do anything else but this. Work on this game. I love game dev, but I'm screwed with this long enough. I'm unhappy with having to continuously mess with it all the time. All this posted here. Moving. Actually, I can. She goes on about things and says a lot of stuff that probably shouldn't be happening. So. Um. It's just left click to move. You're not uploading it, so I can do the other graphic. Well, 329 megabytes, not terrible. Okay, so delete this one. I could put the full dialogue for Tinka explaining all the controls. She's got a much funnier method. But, do I want it? It's already so long. Oh, where's that file? You put it where it's supposed to? Sometimes it puts it at the top because that's just how itch do. Oops. Tab is not something you can ever hit in one of these. I mean, it does explain in the game what they do. If you talk to Tinka. I mean, she'll direct you to the right location. That's all that matters. Am I missing anything? Right click to cast a spell. Left click to move. Or WASD. Q blocks. E does that. Spacebar interacts because the right mouse does not for some reason. What are we on a tagline? Huh. That's sufficiently weird. Take something fast. Is there anything else I want to change? Oh, wait 1 second. Custom nouns? What does my game identify as something now? What in the world? What? I just don't... My game does not identify as a game? What? I don't even know, man. That's just... It's the dumbest thing I've heard all day. Don't describe my game as a game. Describe it as a complete ripoff. Wait, what? Oh no. Terrible. Comments are fine, and you know what? Oh, let's configure settings. We'll double check this. Anyone can view this page. Ladies and gentlemen, it's available. It's not perfect, but I'm gonna post this in Discord. can test my prototype. Alright, this is where we go to the forums, and I don't know why I have that open, I don't need that. Time to blow some dust off something. Oh look, I've been liked, how wonderful. Where is my thread for Poppet Quest, everyone? There is a thread from a long, long time ago in a land far, far away, where the game looked like this crap. Look at this POS. I hate looking at everything right now, but look! The download link actually still works. Irony. It's so much prettier now. Well, it's time to make this thread amazing. Because that's just how I do. Do some stuff, yeah. My itch.io stuff, Poppet Quest. Move this right over here. What's the difference? One's a PNG. Oh, I know. Fine, we'll use the crappy version because you suck. Got it, use the JPEG. Actually, what am I doing? No. Well, I guess the JPEG looks okay. No. Don't be lame. Put this over here real fast. Let's go to... How about... I wonder if Kraken can do this one. Kraken's good. I want the PNG for this. Looking out on here. Am I blind? Feel blind. Is this one? Okay, I am blind. Come to me, Kraken. Oh no, this is huge. Never mind. It's got to be like compressed PNG or something. CompressedPNG.com is very good at compressing PNGs that are ginormous. Like this, which is 2.91. I didn't worry about it because, you know, itch doesn't care, but I care. All these plugins I want to test. Choose the much smaller version, see if we can upload it to here. Do I get to have my pretty better version? Yes, I do. And then we're going to copy pasta everything out of this. Like a pro dev. Rise from your grave, little thread. You have work to do. Also, what kind of lame graphics are those? I mean, it's bigger than I want it to be, but you know what? I don't care. I could shrink those down so that they're not ridiculous, but no. I don't care. Ah, yes, these ugly old screenshots. Yes, yes, be gone, ugly old screenshots. Ain't nobody like you. Trash. Trash, trash. I want one of these, that's right. Lost track of what I was thinking for a second there. Yes, let me copy pasta this too. Genuine pro skills here. All the copy, all the pasta. Nope, don't need that. Got too many things up on the side here. I would show everybody them, but there's a lot of things I do not wish to show people because well, I don't think most of it would even matter, but you never know. I do need to make a video for this, but I didn't. That's my explanation for what's happened so far. This one. Oh. Wishful thinking future me wants to put things in already that aren't there. I might be going a bit overboard on the graphics for this, but whatever. I might want to put spoilers, though. I don't know. I'll see how it looks afterwards. Maybe. Not what I was trying to copy paste, but thank you for trying. Good enough. I don't know if you actually have a button option on this, can you? I don't think you can. Oh, no, you can. Is it a good game? No. Is it a released game? Yeah. Yes, rise from your grave, little thread. Leave. Right? Where did it go? Why isn't it not on here? Oh, I know why it is not on there. Because I didn't bump the thread. I just altered the first post like an idiot. And it was like, Wyatt, no bump. Derp. Because I'm stupid. That's why no bump. Chalk it up to 6:52 a.m., okay? That's my explanation. Since I'm recycling an old thread, it's time to, you know, get rid of this old information here. I guess I can put an actual video in here showing it in action. I don't have a lot for it though, so I'm gonna have to pull something up here. I really should have recorded that or something. I'll make it later. It'll happen. Where's the Aaron? It actually looks way better than this with smaller things. I might shrink them down for this. I don't know. Doesn't look too bad in here, but I could also increase character sizes. Let's put more shiny graphics because nobody cares about anything besides shiny graphics. Align this to center. Insert an image. An image. How would this look? Guess it doesn't like that one there, huh? Or it went at the bottom. I might swap those two actually. I don't hate that idea. God, this is an itch. I'm not doing it that way. Can't just backtrack there. Let's just be as shameless as possible. Might shrink the logo down there. In fact, I almost certainly will. No, resize the canvas. Lost where the edit was there for a second. Once again, just really late. Well, we put it up there. We'll see if it gets any clicks at all. Any clicks at all. Roto. That's right, people admire my itch.io skills. Listen, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. For a lot of years, I did graphics for a living. So, I tend to just make things quickly to get the job done, and they end up being decent or passable. Usually it was just making websites and advertisements. The working theory was it was all about just cranking them out as fast as you can, just because you got paid by, you know, the amount you did. So clearly you're just like, I gotta do it. So all the stuff I do is just usually about being as quick as possible. Usually my design sense is pretty good for that very reason. Is there any other thing I want to make here? I'm also not above completely recycling anything possible. I have so many graphics I could recycle on things. I make all this art stuff and I don't ever use like 90% of it. Huh. Well. Of course, it probably wouldn't appear in the search forever. Let's check. Oh yeah, I made like 10 bucks, but people keeping track. Don't get excited. That's clear proof that nobody actually does it. Oh, no, nope. There it is. Because it was already a thing that they indexed a long time ago, and I recycled the same URL. What a genius move. What a genius move. 2 whole downloads. Yes, 7 views. Yeah, feel the awesomeness of that amazing. Okay, it's not that impressive. It's okay though. Well, I know what to do now. I was all excited, and I'm like, well, this is kind of out there now. People just get to sit there and suffer it. I mean, play it. I meant play it. Yeah, it's totally what I mean. And I can sit there and wait patiently and click the open, click this over and over, like open, as you know, getting people to react to it. Enjoy that 4 viewers right there. Nobody goes to the RM forums, okay? I'm mostly relying on itch and people who, you know. I could tweet it as well. I don't know. I already tweeted something, which means I already took advantage of the bots to give me additional exposure. Yeah. You can really only do that like once every 24 hours before they will... they don't really respond back. Any other changes I want to make? I mean, no. I changed my signature. Yeah, changing that. Where is this thread? I should probably put something on the top saying it's like, a remake, I guess. Oh. No, it's not really, I mean, I could have made a whole new thread for it, I guess, but whatever. Okay. So be it. I will link it in the. So I need this here. There's my signature here. I could make it slightly bigger here. Or actually, I remember how big were the signatures allowed to be in RM? Didn't even remember. Oh. We're talking to update these things too. And I still haven't put community lighting in the signature. Take that, community lighting. I know I started the project, so it's really I should just be, you know, just going with it. But you know, I'm not. This is my explanation. Don't question it or do whatever. It's fine. I'd question it. Seems kind of dumb in a way, but it's about sending a message. Dumb in a way, but, I don't know what the message is I'm sending, but it's about sending it. Let's go ahead and remove this media thing right here. Put a new media thing in here while I'm busy doing that. go find any post I made so I can look at it and bask in its very bland glory, I guess. I don't know. They've yelled at me for putting images in there too much previously, so I don't really do it like I once did. That's terrible. I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. It's probably too big. I just hate it. Feels like an ad. Maybe I should make a small picture for it or something. I don't know. On the other hand, how many people are going to click a link in my signature? Close enough. I'll make something better later. But I kind of want to... You know what? That's definitely better. So it is getting kind of tall. They'll probably get angry at me at some point. Maybe. Who knows? Whatever. Fair enough. It's good. I'm good. I don't even know what to do now. It is 7:12 a.m. Click the creator dashboard. Wish I made more than $10. 2 downloads. 10 looks. Yeah. Good times there. Alright, well, I believe I made a promise to myself. And that was, and I can play with you. Ha ha ha. Yes, I can play with it. I don't even know what I'm doing with it. I don't care. There's some creepy mansion I was working on where I was thinking about potentially using it as like for stills for Poppet Quest, so because I might use Unreal to do my rendering instead of Daz. Because Daz sucks and uses it's opening a second. It uses only NVIDIA cards and I have an AMD card, so it takes forever to render all these graphics in it that I end up using for Poppet Quest and everything like that shouldn't take anywhere near as long, but because they just hate me because I don't have an NVIDIA card, I have to be sad. But where are they at? I was thinking of using... Where are you at? There we go.
Something is off.
Glassy eyes, apparently. But I mean, imagine this is like a toy. This tiny version. I guess I could shrink her down. She gets really... It doesn't shrink the colliders correctly, so it makes her look really funny when I shrink her down. I'll show you in a second, but... Actually, 1 second. Where are we at here? Let me make certain... Oh, I gotta put this on the actual screen. Yeah, I'm thinking... Nope. How cool would this be? Like, for toys and stuff. Like, seriously. You're running around underneath all these things, fighting all the other toys? Oh my god, it'd be amazing. Also, I spent so much time on Miranda's hair. Oh my god. Look at how wonderful it flows. I love it. I love everything about it. Like, imagine dodging down this hole, like trying to fight toys. You can make a horror game out of like toys. It'd be sweet. All these crazy assets. You can't really see outside very well in this thing, so this glass kind of sucks. Yeah, maybe take like screenshots of these types of things like that and use them as stills and use the animations from this instead. That's what I'm thinking is going to be the thing that I do. He can run too. I don't know why I'm not running. There's more to this mansion too, if memory serves. These are all like individual assets that I can move around, so like I'm not restricted to using these or anything. She has a flashlight. Well, it's actually just a thing that appears by her. Yeah, this would be what I want. Actually, we can do toy mode here. It's gonna look a little funny, but just get the perspective of things like that, how much fun it would be. These are the things I do for fun. I mess around with things like that, even to see if they're like, good or not. Doesn't matter. Also, people should just be downloading my prototype and testing it out anyway. Still waiting. Welcome to UE's real problem. Actually, the problem is I've done so many experimental things that were just stupid with this that it kind of loads like crap. I'll make her 0.2, I guess. That'd be about doll size. Go ahead and save it.
The world always needs more heroes.
Oh, my camera's in a terrible location. Yeah, it messes with their colliders. Let me fix her camera. Yeah, about like that. How would that look? You can see these colliders doing funny things, but it'd be like a tiny little doll running around all these things. It'd be funny. I need to fix their colliders so I could run under these. I mean, this is literally like their default project, and I just play with the lighting, but you can go running around all underneath all these things. She's traveling really quickly because she's set to have normal movement speed, but still. That could be so much fun. You're like all blasting things like that. Yeah. This is my hypothetical idea. Yes, yes. Of course, it's not really designed to have it be that small, but actually there's an area up here. What's up here? Oh wait, never mind. That's over here. Smart. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And do all that. Ain't nobody want that. You can actually get a very simulated effect though. Let's see, I have a thing that will shows a simulated effect. Let's see. Environment, maps. Okay, well, I didn't save it. Mistakes were made. Why are you tiny now? Is it because I loaded a level? She's normally 0.8. she's still tiny. Okay. Oh no, I foobarred it. Oh. No, that's supposed to be 0.8. That's fine. What I didn't foobar it. I just didn't change the mesh. That's what I shrunk down. Yes, yes, it works. Yes. Watch it build this big world. Sweet. Yeah, imagine if like Poppet Quest was like this. This is really what I want. Like if it was like, you know, we were like tiny little you running around amongst all the weird crap. With fun imagery like that. I mean, seriously, who doesn't want fun imagery like that? Obviously, there'd be more logic to how things are placed, but still. Oh, that's right, I gave her a grappling hook. I could scale the garbage. What would be fun with this bait? You just have to wander around like fighting weird enemies amongst all this? That'd be so cool. And it's absolutely massive, so yeah. I just don't know how I'd do logic for it, but I kind of want to. The old grappling hook thing's a lot of fun, so I don't know. Even though it's very poorly designed and doesn't have any animations for it, whatever, I don't care. I mean, you could ever run around and fight and everything like that, hit things with other toys, it'd be sweet. I have to make these so they could actually be moved or something, but whatever. This grappling hook is so much fun. Oh my god. You just go flying around like an idiot. Why wouldn't you want to do that? It's kind of like Spider-Man if Spider-Man was a little toy girl. But you just really see how big this is. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm supposed to make a game for this character, so I don't know. I have ideas. I already gave her weapons. And knives, which I haven't bothered to finish yet. Chickens! Rubber chickens. Don't even question it. And I kept the rubber chicken. It's fine, keep the rubber chicken if you like. See if I care. I love that they flop around. Some game dev and I got to chatting. We're like, listen, what if rubber chickens were weapons and thus were weapons? And she's keeping this one because it's messed up. I don't know. I didn't program it right. Program the daggers right. No, I did wrong. Oh, it looks funny anyway. Just run a rubber chicken everywhere. Giant pencils. You can make them like dangerous or something like that. That'd be sweet. Rubber Chicken Run, the all-new game where you run through piles of crap with a rubber chicken. Why do you run with a rubber chicken? Why not run with a rubber chicken, I ask you? Important questions. Alright, it's this day. Anyway. I don't know what the actual goal for this thing was, though. have so many ideas for this game, but I think the reality is I should pick something that's a very simple idea while I'm waiting on the other game that hopefully people will download and test. Where is it? Where are you, maps? Just have my non-randomly generated map. And we're waiting. We're waiting. This map takes a little while to load. I believe in you. Thingy. All the building shaders and navigation is over to the side. It doesn't appear on the stream because I can't drag those windows at all, unfortunately. It will do it eventually. I swear it will. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. One day. We're waiting. Build navigation. You got this. I believe in you. Almost done building navigation. I don't even know if I have navigation on. There's no enemies really running around right now. I'm gonna make smaller maps anyway. I make, like, sure, Yui has the ability to make these huge multi-kilometer sized maps and stuff. Like, he'd be like thousands of kilometers, quite literally. Someone showed me a demonstration where it was literally Lebanon. I was like, you made all of Lebanon? Why? This just did. It said the whole topography of Lebanon. I'm like, okay. All rain on the ground, everything like that. It actually seems kind of tiny, like maybe smaller than normal. Did that make you small, lady? Maybe. I think I made her a little bit small. Oops. He's pint-sized Miranda. Looks kind of funny. Ah, fling myself places. Yeah, she's way too tiny. That's like her car hood. She's like a little midget. This is what happens when you change the wrong setting. No. It's probably the capsule supposed to be 1 and the other thing was 0.8. That was the difference. I wanted it to be like 5.6, I believe. Gotta make her about the right height. Whenever I moved this map to like a UE5 and changed a bunch of things, and it broke everything. So now nothing works right. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Perfectly fine. I don't even know what my goal is for this anymore. Maybe more. I can go a platformer type of game, like where, like, well, I guess like physics type of thing, but platform or something. I'm gonna fly around the map at crazy speed. Yeah, it broke so many things. I need to fix all this. Good God. But I'm not sure I even want to. It's currently raining and storming, very important. He's zooming around the map for no reason. Yeah, big old map made. Always give yourself a fast travel. I have flying as an option. Oh, I haven't turned it off. Oops. So I do have flying. I could have set that back up. I think I got rid of it because of the fact that it was had like a 500 megabyte character model to go with. Actually, got it back. If I disabled this, let's see. I did, right here. Oh, that camera speed is the worst thing I've ever suffered in my life. I don't know, I could go through and retool this entire map. I tried having a complete RPG on here too, like one of these WYSIWYG RPG thingies, but I didn't like it. Actually, you know what? I don't want the ring. Screw the ring. No, you clear skies. That's kind of fun looking. Make it really dark.
Welcome back.
I got my giant sky thing, very important. I made destroyable pastries. Don't question why I made destroyable pastries. There was a reason for it. Maybe they're destroyable. There we go. A little too far away. What's this? What this? Oh, haha! I'm back. I don't know why I make anything in this game. I just do things. I can kick it. Easier to kick it than hit it. Actually, does that have force? It does not have force. How unfortunate. I put flying back in. Very important. He glows in the dark too. No point to it. Do you have projectile still? Oops. Apparently there was this. I work on my particles or something like that. But I don't really know if I want to have her fly for any reason. It's not particularly useful for anything. And you can't really build levels very easily around flying in the first place. Yeah, I made this huge map. I don't know what to do with it. I just made it. I just wander around and do it. Whatever. Really, particles don't vanish correctly either. Cool. Whatever. I did disable it like an idiot. I don't know what to do with it. Anyway. I'll have to think about it. Because originally I wanted to... Originally I had inspiration from was a Alice Madness Returns, and I wanted my own Alice Madness Returns style game. Just because I like, you know, macabre stuff like that. You know, it just sounded cool. And that'd make it more of an adventure platformer. But then I looked and realized 111 people took multiple years to make that game. And even a crappy knockoff would take one person a gross amount of time to make. I consider moving the original mechanics from my RM game over, which would be where we at original RM game. That's more of a top-down game though, which I could do. For the character that you rescue in the other game. So, yeah. Get past all that crap. Oh, that's right. This game doesn't even work without controls. Without a controller. It did have mechanics that were reasonably solid. Oh, the wrong image there for the character. That's fine. I don't care. But she made paths and used those to drag things places in order to get them to the goal. And build the puzzle up in the corner there. She could change the path for different effects. The enemies are broken. Don't worry about it. At some point I'll fix it. Probably. And she can blow up the paths in order to hurt things. And that's how she fights. If you have any right on it, then it blows them up. So apparently the controls are really jank because it keeps on forcing me to go to this either. And along the way it's slowly destroying the map here. So eventually there's no map left. You're like, And you win by getting all the puzzle pieces over to the area and then escaping. You can also turn into invincible ball to attack things, which had a limited time period there. As you can see, Poppet Quest got built on top of this game's stuff, so... Game had a more pleasing art style, I think, though, than Poppet Quest. Maybe not, though. You can collect these little hourglasses in order to gain the ability to reset time, thus rebuilding the level. Of course, I disabled a bunch of things for testing, so none of it's set right at the moment, but... And then everything's back. It was not a bad concept, anyway. But, I don't know. Do I want to build that? Would I want to build it in RM? Build it in what? Really, I'm just planning out what the actual next project is while I wait on this other thing here. Let's check its downloads, because we're all excitable. That's right, 2 downloads, but 12 people who looked at it. Nice. That's value. People watch the streams than care about the game. I'm just saying. It's kind of weird. But it's true. Huh. Fair enough, fair enough. Did the RM people look at it? Someone did. Oh my god, someone looked at it. Oh, nice. I got a follower. Cool. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now. I'm trying to decide, I mean, the UE thing obviously looks cool. It has no direction. I had a direction in UE 4. And then I decided bigger, badder, better. Let's try UE 5. And it broke everything. And I had to restart. And so now I'm like, what do I do? I don't even think this level still works, right? Sure. Because it just broke everything. And they had like, what amounted to, I think like the first 10 minutes of a platformer made. Huh. It wouldn't be UE if it loaded quickly. Right now it's partially a test to see how well UE even loads on here. Not very well. Apparently. Okay, well, that's just being slow. Don't be like that. I could save this game. Do I want to? My argument here. Do I want to save this game? I gotta admit, hand making the maps does in fact make good stream content. True. So true. But it's gonna run into all the same problems that Poppet Quest has. Granted, it can rebuild almost everything on top of Poppet Quest. Is this loaded yet? That's all I was really waiting for.
Welcome back.
I was experimenting with all kinds of things in this one. Like some of the grass is broken or dead or something. But this even had things to save too. I even had like steaming hot tea and all that. I was going for an Alice in Wonderland type of thing, and unfortunately the tea texture is broken because thanks UE5. Also, her hitbox lets her walk kind of partially off this, doesn't it? Also, all my tea cakes aren't there to break. That's so sad. And the smoke that's supposed to be here isn't there, but normally they're there. Yeah, but this is what happens when you switch engines from UE4 to UE5. Don't do that to yourself. Stick with one engine until you finish your game. I had that happen with like MV to MZ. Oh, good. By the time it came out there, a whole different game. And then I threw that game out and Poppet Quest came out instead. All my tea things are gone. There was like, you know, a thing where the tea was pouring out of the pots and everything too. I got wheelie things that spin around here. Hill platforms too that go into the water like that. Don't jump in the water. Actually, I just killed myself. Ooh. I didn't save, so she would load under the map, but you know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. An Alice Madness Returns thingy, and I was just like, I'm gonna build that, but then I broke it. Yeah, I like me some Alice Madness Returns. I'll probably play that on stream at some point just because it's, you know, such a cool game that I'm like, yeah, this is inspiration. Where's this one at? I don't even know where I'm at here. Okay.
Something is up.
Oh, it's doing its shaders. You can see it up in the corner. It's like, one moment. And just do all these shaders because that's how UE do. I mean, I can still move around, but it's just slow. $140 left. You got this, UE. I believe in you. I do. I'm gonna prepare those shaders. I mean, I should have waited a second anyway. I shouldn't have loaded the map. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're clicking off of it to put the stream text back up, or the chat box. All these crazy things up there. I was gonna have her fall. Like, the whole premise of this game is this character was, you know, running from well, basically a bad situation off into the mountains, and she falls down a chasm. And then from that point on, the entire story is about her trying to, you know, survive, basically, like her to wake up, like, you know, from basically being like lying dead there and everything like that. Not because she's going to magically pull herself to safety, but because, you know, someone might find her and save her if she can successfully wake up. So it's all in her head as she's, you know, resolving these issues and just trying to find the will to live. So, you know, the Wonderland is really that. So she falls in the chasm and starts out with a giant, ridiculous chasm that's, you know, clearly not real. That's not how a chasm would look, but there's all kinds of secret little areas in here and everything that I could go down in case you get bored and want to be sneaky, but we won't do that. Because, yeah, I don't feel like it. I could. Nope, I'll leave people looking and waiting. Oops, I can't jump on this thing successfully. I'm terrible. So I have all these cool graphics. I could build these things. It is a thing that could happen. All sorts of craziness here and everything. I mean, wouldn't that be more... Like, I could mess with RM and build other RM, but wouldn't this be cooler? Decisions. Also, that's just broken. Whatever, who cares? Don't question it. I had some working enemies too, but they, I think they got broken with the switch to UE, so UE5. But I don't know. It would be kind of fun to make this. Oh yeah, I originally had some things for footsteps, but those got broken too. Because why wouldn't they get broken? Thanks, UE5. It was just a lot of things. I was so much far along. And the secret way to the next area? Yeah, okay. Actually, I wonder if I still have that. Because I actually posted on Twitter that. Let me hunt this down real quick. No, not on that one. It's not open on that one. I have the dashboard for this, huh? Yeah. Ain't no one downloading anything. That's okay. I ain't expecting much. Did I post it? I mean, it's probably also an image go for that matter too. Oh. Here. All right. Oh, it goes off the screen, doesn't it? Oh no. Does it? Well, you can mostly see it. Not the best ever. You can see all like the T stuff and everything like that. I had all sorts of stuff like that. And then UE4 broke it all. Nice. Oh yeah. He gave her a sword thingy. With lightning effects for reasons. I was just testing out UE and doing things like that, so I don't know. Still. I may make it again, I don't know. Actually, his one's probably much cooler. She had like, you know, I could just give her spells anyway. Spells are better than weapons, because with weapons, you have to actually animate weapons and pay for assets and things like that. Because I can work with models, but there's limits on how much I could ever really get done with models, because I don't have infinite time. Alright. I don't know why I had some lightning fetish during that thing there. I think I was just playing around with the things because I thought they were cool. Yeah. Yeah, pew pew. Yeah, different hairstyle then. Yay, different hair. I guess I could make a platformer of sorts, or even some sort of a game that's more like Ella's. If I do that, then the puzzles, making your own puzzles takes a while, I suppose. I guess the thing is I had the other idea in RM with the whole paths and dragging things and the world being disintegrated and all that, which I could port over to UE. But I could also just make the assumption that that's just too weird and stupid of an idea, and I could just go with more of a take advantage of UE's 3D type of thing. Probably better, but at some point though, there's well, I mean, I don't have to have full, voice acting, God knows what, literal movies like the AAA things do. Clearly, no one, I'm never going to pull that off in time. I do like the idea of, um, I love random worlds because they're just so quick to make, but, huh. I guess the original idea was a very Alice idea, so I guess I could just stick with the Alice idea and then just go with more of a generic type of adventure game. Well, not really totally generic, but just more of an adventure game. It would be easier to balance. I could make the Alice 3 that didn't ever got made. You know, was it Alice Asylum? Which, like, they actually have a PDF for. And this is amazing. Like, I had never really looked at the a game Bible before. But they have this great document. And it's like all of the things that they provide that as outlining the next Alice game that they want to make, but they haven't successfully been able to convince anyone to let them make. Alice Asylum. And I mean, this thing goes over the story, has all kinds of art for it, crazy looking enemies and stuff. It's awesome. This is just available for free on their Patreon. It goes over like all manner of weird things, including a bunny outfit. I automatically love it. You too can be the white rabbit. Or maybe she just skinned the white rabbit. This is Alice we're talking about. She's a little crazy. And by a little, I mean a lot. Wall climbing too. Why not? But yeah, I mean, just look at this. This is just so much. Everything. And it talks about, the various difficulty levels, their whole respawning process, their game approach is just. It made me want to sit there and make a game that was literally, make a game Bible that described everything you need to do in the game in advance, so this way I could just follow it. After this, I was like, this would be easy to follow now. The combat phase outline, everything like that, and the order it goes in. And of course, they decided, pentagram because it's this game. Yeah, isn't this cool? Like, this is just amazing. This is like the best. Actually, 1 second. Where was this? And yeah, in case you want the PDF for yourself, or anybody else who happens to read the chat. Yes, yes, PDF. I mean, this inspires me to want to make my own game like that. Also, there's like an Inferno mode too, and because they had Hysteria mode, and I love me some Hysteria mode, but just look at all these pictures. Like, just the art for this is just incredible. I love the art of this game. Wish I could enlarge it. I could technically probably enlarge it some. Oh yeah, you make it huge. Take forever to go through all this art though. Yeah, I'm just gonna. There's bigger art farther down. I'm good. I mean, look at that. That looks sweet. Like, I would put this as a wallpaper. Yeah. Welcome back, Blinded German, to staying awake and all that. We're just looking over Alice Asylum. It's the sequel to Alice, American McGee's Alice and Alice Madness Returns. And like, you know, those games are pretty heavy inspiration for one of my stories. So, I want them to make this game, but they've been fighting to make it forever. But this is their game design Bible for it, which you can get from that link there. It's free. And it's just so thorough, but just the images are so cool. I mean, it goes over her story and everything like that too as well. We just look at that. Tell me that this just isn't like crazy right there. This. That's a little bit too big. Like this is because her family got burnt to death in a fire, so of course, you know, they got to have imagery like this. This is important. Yeah. Oh, they're melting people. How exciting is that? And you know, an evil moon that's keeping her at a circus and everything like that. Like it tells you this story too, of like the circus she's stuck in and everything like that, and her in Wonderland and everything like that. It's crazy. Like this is. I mean, look at this stuff. This is just some fun imagery right here. You know, I'm just saying. This whole game is just fun. Or like this crazy stuff here. I mean, really? Like these are some of the enemies, the shadow manifests. Nice. If they ever make this game, I'm just playing this. Like I'm just gonna play it like on stream or whatever. It's just happening. I've been watching it forever. Oh, here's the other version of her family on fire and everything like that, but not melted. I'm sure there's probably some sort of scene for them melting. Yeah, just craziness. The greatest show. It's some circus she's stuck at and whatever, things like that. I mean, just look at this craziness. This is wild. Wild. I like the face. It's crazy. The longer you look at it, the more weird things you see. I actually played through Madness Returns not that long ago. It just has the craziest visuals. Even now the visuals are pretty cool, but third eye thing, very important. Why wouldn't you want a third eye thing? Nice dress, but all bloody on the back. That sounds like her. And look at how many pages this Bible is. Like, I've been scrolling through it all this time, and this page 207 pages in this like, game dev Bible. That's nuts. It's so huge. I mean, this just makes me want to make some sort of, you know, not really a fan game, but, you know, something inspired by this kind of stuff. Little hysteria mode. She's insane. Yeah. Well, they're trying to get funding in order to make the game, so they've been making all this stuff for years. Like they have quite a following, but EA unfortunately has like the license to it and has been standing in their way for whatever reason. I presume because EA hates money or something. I have no idea. But I mean, this is just cool stuff. I can just get behind this crazy looking clowns and stuff. Yep. She's got a skull in the back of her head, it looks like. Look at all the everything. Yeah, like Alice when she's at the circus, they always have fun outfits for her. I mean, doesn't that look exciting? I can get behind this outfit. And of course, good old hysteria mode. When she's about near to death, she's like, you know, truly insane. She just turns crazy like that, and it looks wild. Crazy Jack-in-the-Box enemies. I mean, this is just so cool. A Jabberwock grappler. You get a grappling gun in this now? There you go. Look at this shit right here. Oh my god. It's like, they're probably not going to put all this stuff in the game, but I mean, they do. Wow. Just wow. Crazy steampunk heart. If I could make a game with, like, you know, like 5% of the style of this game, I would think it was the greatest thing ever. This game has so much style. I mean, it'll probably never get released, but it has so much style. The amount of money they put in just the concept art for this thing, as we're on page 54 of 207. Little card people are getting eaten by tentacle monsters here. That's kind of cool looking. Yeah, weird tentacle thingies. Jesus. Doesn't that look exciting? What a wild looking game. That little crying person there making a whole thing through a maze. These are just cool. Actually, how like the you can zoom in so far on these. Oh my gosh. That's pretty good detail given how small they were in the thing. So I got dual worlds thing, a hell world and a non-hell world. The Queen's Domain, you get this weird outfit. She actually looks younger in this than she does in the other one. Interesting. Doesn't that look fun? Wow. Very exciting. I want to play this game again. Well, not this one because this one's not out, obviously, but I want to play its precursor. Not really the first one. The first one kind of sucks because it's just so old and so not that great. It was cool for what it was, but time was not that kind to the first one. But the second one's still pretty cool. The blind judge. Doesn't look so blind there. There's so many pages. Wild. Yeah, well, I mean, it was pretty original for the time, but the thing was that it was, it used an old, like, I want to say it was an old first-person shooter engine, but for, like, a third-person game, and it just didn't. A courthouse? What is this? I'm trying to guess what the story is. The slumber? Yeah. That's a wild perspective right there. She's like looking down at something, but it's like a hallway she's looking down, but these people are walking down it. There's the whole asylum portion where she's like in an asylum, and they hint that they did a lot of terrible things to her in the asylum. And that's in, actually, that would be in Madness Returns, yeah. See. Oh. This is the kind of bizarre stuff I've signed up for. Let's just be real here. Looks fine. Then you see this little bloody mess going on over there. There's blood on that too. It suddenly becomes way more sinister. There's another version of it that's lighter, I guess, for some reason. What's the difference? It's just, this one's just nicer, I guess. Maybe this one's more hellish. I don't know. Huh. I should be saving these as well. Can you save these out of here? There might be some way to get them out of there. Just like keep these as wallpapers. Jeez. This is extensive. Like, I mean, I knew it was extensive. People said it was extensive, but this is extensive. Wow. Yeah, there's like so much just little hints and fun things in there. It's like they're telling a story with these images. What's this I'm looking at here? Is there a way to do this more efficiently? I don't know. I swear these images are... This must be huge. This is the quality in these images. Got a hobby horse thing. You fight some giant looking card dude over there. Nice, nice. Like a weird fish on strings over there. Why can't these people make children's stories for me or something like that? That'd be hilarious. Dungeons? I mean, I don't know. I think Lewis Carroll would probably be like, this is kind of funny. The actual thing that, this might blow your mind, but have you ever seen what Alice Liddell actually looked like? The person who Alice in Wonderland was based on? Because she ain't a little blonde girl. Not at all. Let me, 1 second. That's who Alice in Wonderland is based on. Those people keeping track. Her. This girl right here. She's not a little blonde girl. She's nothing like that. Nothing like the Disney thing at all. She had 2 sisters too, for that matter. Those are them. Now you know. It's just that in this one, the sisters are all killed. Yeah. In a fire. Don't worry about it. Yeah, now you know. So just in case you're thinking, there's your Alice right there. Yeah. Well, mature stories definitely make a big difference. I definitely like a lot of depth in things. I don't like things where everything is all good and all bad. I mean, I get that for like little children, telling them a story where everything is simple and, you know, there's not a lot of complex depth makes sense because they're not going to see the depth. But for the rest of us who might want a little bit of, I don't want to say realism, but I mean just more fleshed out characters, it's kind of nice to have. Still, this is crazy. I think I've seen enough weird images. They're like, here's this, it's even weirder, and I'm like, I'm in. Like this kind of stuff is just half stuck in a mirror thing. Why is this thing? I don't know. Tentacles growing out of her? I don't know. Does it need all these things? No. The child of fire. I mean, I just, she's like literally burning at the stake or something like that. I guess that's what this new form is like a weird fire form or something like that. A throne room. That's a weird looking queen. Usually the queen is her dead sister. But not today, apparently. And they literally have like a big story being told over here too. Wow. And it just goes over the entire scene? Jeez. Wow. Huh. Anyone who wants, I mean, like, I posted the link to download this. It's free, so I mean, you know, you want to go through and read all this. I mean, this is 83 of 207 pages. Oh my god. Like, I looked at like the first 4 or 5 pages. I was like, this is cool. And I'm like, oh, maybe I'll check it out. Get some inspiration. Plenty of inspiration waiting to be had in here. Huh. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Everyone should get this. This is just cool. And you know, I have definitely ulterior motives here because I want everyone to be excited about this so they get even more support for, you know, putting it out. I'll give them their, you know, day one on this. Sure, why not? I think it's cool enough. I like this image. It's got colors I like. Plus imagery is just fun looking. Fish. It's underwater apparently. Huh. You can't save those easily? That's unfortunate. That's okay. I'm sure there's a way to save them, but I don't care right now. It is set. Oh, 8:12 a.m. here. I don't even know why I'm still awake. Probably because I'm just not tired for some reason. My mind is boggled on that one. Cheshire's back. Nice, nice. Weird floating pig thing. Excellent, excellent. There's like eyeball tree and everything like that. I mean, that's just excitement right there. Evil Cheshire, yeah. Evil Cheshire is so cool. Exactly. If it doesn't look like you've basically, you know, gone through the like tryouts for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas or something like that, you know, for just the amount of drugs you've done for these things, clearly it's not the right level of wonderland we're looking for here. Like, it's, I want some wildness here. That's what I'm here for. It's just cool. These pictures are just nutty. The Chaosm? Chaosma? Yeah. Wild looking outfits too. Some recycled enemies, of course, but that's okay. I would expect them to have some recycled stuff anyway. Wow. See, you know, I had a couple dishes, but these people are like, we will not be outdone. Look at all our dishes. She's like, this is like point and click adventure levels of dishes here. Other things like wheels and stuff. That's actually kind of a cool idea. And then the evil version with, like, you know, veins and stuff. Wow. Here I thought I'd be going to sleep, but no, now I'm looking at this. I wonder how the game's doing. Got a thing for it. Let's Oh, I got an award on the forums. Apparently it says I'm addicted. I have 1,000 messages finally. You know, it's kind of fitting and kind of cool that my 1000th message is actually to just release the prototype of Poppet Quest. Yeah, cool. But that's not what I was looking for. Ah yes, the overwhelming excitement. 14 people have viewed the Poppet Quest page, and 2 people have downloaded it. Yes, that is what I've come to expect. More people view the stream than care about the game. Yeah, I'm actually pretty excited that actually lined up perfectly to 1,000 posts. It was unintentional. I don't ever count my posts because I just don't care. But go there looking for information, hopefully to see if someone actually is even commenting on the game, and instead I get a notification saying, oh yeah, you got all these posts. Kinds of faces in the walls, all melted and everything. Nice, nice. Is that looking chainsaw looking thing there? Like, she gets a chainsaw? Wait. Is that like a teapot chainsaw? Okay, now I love that this is like a steam powered chainsaw. This excites me. I mean, she already had a tea launcher, but she didn't have a steam powered chainsaw. I mean, that's exactly what I expect, you know, Alice to have. Wow. Look at that messed up rat. Eyes all stitched closed. It's like part machine, too, or something like that. I don't even know. Some artists had a field day with this stuff. Oh my god, did they ever. Oh, like the multi-hand thing, like that goddess, whose name I'm totally blanking on right now because it's 8:17 a.m. and I'm still looking at this for reasons I don't know. I mean, I know I'm looking at it because I think it's cool, but still. I probably should have gone to sleep a while ago. Especially because I think I put the game out like at 7 or something, so like an hour ago. And it's had 2 whole downloads. Woo! 2 downloads. Oh yeah, the psychiatrist from the other one, yeah. The best part is you think it's a story about all her parents just being, actually her whole family being burned alive when she was like a kid, and she being the only one to escape, like, you know, they were burned alive because her house lit on fire. And you think that's the story, and then you discover that it's actually much more messed up than that. Spoilers, jeez. The doll maker. Echoes of darkness. The slumber. Huh. Someone I'll read through all these things too, but this is just. Of course, they even make this game, it's going to be like, I don't think they've even started because they haven't even been able to convince anyone to let them, so it'll probably be like 2030 before it even shows up, even if they started now. Plaything walkers, I mean, those look, okay, like, you know, if I could make a version of Poppet Quest with these kinds of enemies in them, this would make me so inappropriately happy. Like, just imagine walking around there, you're just fighting these monstrosities. It just, that's amazing. I just want those in my game. Can I buy assets for these kinds of things? Oh, cool. I'm glad someone's excited for it. I was just hoping there would be a little more interest, I think, but also the time of day isn't that great. But I also realized that if I was going to find more and more reasons to not immediately just dump it out, even though I know it's not perfect. I know there's a bunch of errors, whatever. You can play it all the way through. That's all that matters. I know the intro story is rough. I know, but you know what? Again, if I didn't just kick it out the door, I would find reasons not to. But now I'm just like trying to decide what the next plan is, what I'm working on. Especially on waiting, because I want to give that probably like a week for people to test it. But maybe I'll just add to it anyway. I might just not even bother to wait. But part of the thing I really want to see is how it plays for people. Yeah. I want to see if it plays well enough in the engine, or if the engine just isn't good enough. I mean, because I already know there's some issues that just aren't great about that engine. I tried to work around them as hard as I could. But, oh, she can do wheel. Cool. But it is still RM. The engine just is not made for what I used it for. So I'm a little concerned that I'll get the feedback that the Game Jam version got, which was that honestly just use another engine. They're not wrong. I mean, they're really not. A Cataclysm, that looks crazy. I can get behind that. I'm gonna zoom in on some of these. I like imaginative surreal worlds, so this kind of thing is just like crack to me. Like I'm just down. The crazier and weirder it is, the more I like it. If it looks like a cracked out fever dream, I'm in. There's a real fetish for tentacles in this version. Interesting. That's exciting, the toy thingy. The Slumber. Huh. And now this is a good Alice right here. This is Angry Alice, the shadow, vengeful form concept. Yes. Vengeance. All the vengeance. Yeah. I'd play Alice in Cthulhu Land. Tell me you wouldn't play Alice in Cthulhu Land. That sounds amazing. Like, I'm down to play Alice in Cthulhu Land. All day long. God, the amount of just... There's so much here. Like, even like 25% of this would probably make an entire AAA game. No joke. Oh, you don't need all this. Oh my, you too? I'd be grand to that. No, it's yeah, it'd be fun. It would be a lot of fun. I could totally get behind Alice in Cthulhu. Pretty much if it's an Alice in Wonderland in general, I automatically like it slightly more than I would if it had not been an Alice in Wonderland. I remember I watched one on like the Sci-Fi Channel where it was like they were kidnapping people from the real world to take to Wonderland to siphon their emotions to make drugs. And I still watch that version of Alice in Wonderland, even though it was really dumb. But I watched it anyway. Only because I just like Alice in Wonderland things. The more twisted they are, the more I like them. Wings of Steam. That's almost kind of boring by comparison to the other one. This should have been like earlier. Final battle against the Jabberwock out, you know, just standing on anything like that. Huh. The rabbit's actually walking around with her. Nice, nice. Right, the Queen of Hearts. Gotta do that, very important. The only gripe I had with Alice Madness Returns is they didn't have enough money to put all the bosses in. It's very sad. Leanne Liddell, okay. Isn't that her mother? Yeah, it's her mother. Who's basically never had a role up until this point. Interesting. They're actually kind of creepy looking because they look so so much more normal than everything else. It's like they're creepy because they're normal. That's the word we've arrived at after looking at 155 pages. I just need this in my life, so I'm just looking through it because it's so cool. I was like, oh, I want to see this. And once you get started, I mean, you just got to keep going because he's got a cool pistol finger. Nice. That was crazy looking in this. What in the world? Always watching, yes. Oh yeah, like her mother happened. If I looked out the window and her mother's face was standing there just looking at me, I'd be creeped the fuck out. Oh, pardon the language, but I'd just be creeped out. I guess it's not technically a child streaming like that, or child safe stream, but that's crazy. Oh, there you go. Even more exciting, the shadow. Defeat the shadow. Oh, okay, that is the boss. This is a crazy version of her. With tentacles, because there's a real tentacle finish for this game. I don't know what happened. I don't. I guess she kills the shadow, but it's sad. Oh, well, sorry about that. 8:27 a.m. me is still awake and probably not as well, a little less good at watching his language at this point. I don't usually cuss a whole lot. Admittedly, these images may or may, depending upon the age of your daughter, may or may not be a good thing for her to be seeing. I have no idea. If she suddenly has a desire to stab things repeatedly and often with, you know, a large dagger, you'll know it's too late. Alice has corrupted her. You know, but that's okay. Who doesn't like, you know, a bit of corruption now and then? Just between friends and family, a little bit of corruption and weird organs being torn out of it. Wow. Some wild stuff. Crazy book things going on. Huh. Like the spelling of school there. Nice. Crazy. Also crazy looking. She's tiny. Jeez. She's right there. It's like playing Where's Waldo, but it's Where's Alice. This is great. I want to back them on Patreon just so they release this game, but I wonder if EA will even let them. She found the rabbit. Killed its heart, apparently. A heart of darkness. A wild looking sight there. Nice. She did not have a scythe in the other games. Inside the heart of shadow. Yeah. Huh. That's Elizabeth's looking a lot nicer than she used to. She's usually like the Queen of Hearts and pretty nasty looking. Yeah. More like that kind of craziness. That's not really how she looked in the other games, but still. Ow. I mean, this is just wild looking anyway, but... I guess it's like her family. She has two sisters. Where's her other sister? Is that her other sister right there? I don't know. Huh. And she has to have a different dress every time, just for reasons. They're kind of cool looking dresses, I'll give them that. Rescues her sister, I guess. Sure. It's just, I guess, evil and good version of her. Fair enough. Having tea with the evil version of her. The real question is, which one's the evil one? I mean, she runs around stabbing people all day. She can't be that nice. They didn't have dialogue for all this. My gosh. And yet another outfit. How long is this game? Like, seriously. It just goes on and on. Confrontation. Angela Radcliffe? I don't even know who that is. Well, no, Radcliffe's the lawyer that was dealing with her family's estate. So I guess like his daughter? Huh. I could read all this, but it is 8:32 a.m. And I still have another 32 pages to go. I might go back and read through this later, though. I do like the lore quite a bit. Not enough to read this many pages of lore right now. This is a novel. This is a straight up novel. Well, apparently Radcliffe is like a big bad in this one or something like that. Who also fires coins out. Like a really messed up Kirby. I'm excited about the new messed up Kirby. I'm not gonna lie. Like coin roads and everything like that. Oh. Some of these are pretty crazy. How she sees her lawyer. Okay, I'm very excited that this is a trap in there, that the book closes and squishes you. Giant books like that, that's awesome. Abacus over there, nice. Coin counting things. Yeah, whoever makes these worlds or these images is just the best person ever. I just love them. Mask of Greed. I wonder why she hates Radcliffe so much. I mean, Radcliffe's not a great person, but there's definitely worse people in her life than Radcliffe. Maybe he condemned her to the asylum or something. It's possible. Guess he met her daughter or something like that, or maybe the I don't know. I don't know how his daughter fits in. I've never really seen. Asylum Alice looks even more gaunt. There's so many levels. Angela Liddell. See, now that looks like an Alice right there. So I guess they decided to have one. But if you saw all the Liddell sisters, they all are all brunettes. There was no blonde. Also, in the lore of this, like there was not a blonde one either. Interesting. Home version of her. She doesn't have a dagger in this version. That might even be more menacing. Shadows fall. Yeah. Back to what I really want to see. Screw that, happy-go-lucky stuff. This is the kind of welcome home party I'm looking for. Yeah. That's just excitement right there. That's a weird thing. And tentacles for reasons. Yeah, see, this is what we're looking for. It's like, this is not what I thought I was going to see this morning. Fair. It's not what I thought I was going to see either, but I'm very pleased that I have. The Eclipse dress? Nice. I'm just imagining what it would take to animate all the tentacles on that. Now that I know how it works and like UE and everything, oh my gosh. Oh, we're at the end. Wait, I feel gypped now. I'm only at page 188. Like, okay, that music change is pretty good for this picture. Right at the end. Good timing, good timing. Conceptual music? Oh my gosh, is there music I can play? Oh, wait a second. Wait. There's music. Wait, can I play this on stream? Never mind. No, don't do it. This is YouTube. What am I thinking? That's dumb. Don't ever play these on stream. I'm gonna play these later, off stream. I'll get copyright struck so hard. Oh my god, I thought about it for a second. I realized it's because it's 8:37 a.m. so I'm just like not thinking about it, but there we go, more pictures. Came from the picture. It's got like a face she took off. Nice. This is so happy. He's stuck in a Van Gogh. But it's a Van Gogh of like Wonderland. Kind of cool. Huh. Also got a crazy looking moon there. Nice. Weird. Wow. I don't even know what's coming next. That's the best thing about this. I just have no idea what the next pictures are going to be. He takes her mask off and that's her face? Jeez. And then you see this and you're like, well, that looked kind of normal by comparison to that. Huh. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the teddy bear tree. Okay, now this is even more weird and menacing than the tree. Like, what's up with this? I don't know. Why are there balloons? Very exciting. Got like a doll coming out of it. Can I just get a hold of these assets to play with? Seriously, like I just want to play with them. I'll put them in something. It'll be great. It won't be anywhere near as good as this, but who cares? Oh, tarot cards. Nice. Well, unique ones that are cool. Yeah, for their thing. Nice. Oh, the caterpillar. Nice. Didn't think about it first. I'd share it because it's got wheels on it. Nice. Eyes staring at us. Nice. And then you get to this normal looking thing. What's that? When you go inside, it's not that normal looking, but still, it's almost boring by comparison. Then you see all this craziness on the side here. Not so boring now. I kind of like the glow-in-the-dark Cheshire Cat. It's not really glow-in-the-dark, it's like a fire one, but we'll call it glow-in-the-dark for reasons. But why are there stained glass thingies? I mean, they're cool, but why? Remember when it said the end and that was like 11 pages ago? Yeah, I remember when it said the end. Wow. Maybe that's the plan. You sit there and you just come up with a really good idea, and then you just get a Patreon going, and then every time, instead of like, working on the actual thing, you just keep working on more promo stuff for it to keep getting more money for your Patreon. So you get this 207-page game tip Bible. I think it only works if people actually like your stuff to start with. And they even have icons. Like, really? You've made your icons already? Like, I mean, at this point, it looks like all someone needs to really do is program the gameplay. Which, to be fair, that's not like a nothing burger. That's a lot of work, but... yeah. Weird looking thing back there with, like, doll hands like that. Nice. Like faces on the back of its hands. Huh. Wild. People working on it. I mean, they have a pre-production team already. Well, clearly, I mean, look at this. It's just... yeah. That is 207 pages of easily the longest game dev Bible I've ever seen in my life. It's very extensive, and to think that there was like, there's text on all that. Like, I could have been reading all that. I'm not gonna right now, but I could have been reading all that. Now I kind of want to make some sort of thing that's messed up like that, but not quite, obviously theirs are going to be infinitely better, but I don't know. Yui looking mighty good for the other game. Let's see how the game's doing. Where is it? Where is it? There are 3 whole downloads for the other game. I don't even know what I could find that's more exciting than having looked at that. That was so cool. I don't even know. Like, now I want to play the other game. I might go download that. I don't even own a copy. I played it on one of those services where you get to play any of the games that were on it. Actually, is it on Steam? Endless Madness Returns. It is. Could pick it up. That might happen. I need something that's a break between actually. Oh, wait. Included with EU Play. I don't want to pay monthly. That's weird. I think you have to actually download the EA thing. I remember when I had it on Xbox Game Pass. I got like a free month of that, and I played it during that time. And they made me download the EA thingy anyway to play it. Because EA doesn't want to put it on just their own, and all these other things. It's weird. Maybe they fixed that. Also, what is Lost in Random? Because it's paired with it. Okay, well, it's thematically very interesting. He's walking around the random die, though. Sure, you can live on my wish list for now. Maybe I'll pick that up at some point. I don't know. Big 3D game. I mean, do I really want to even bother with this game? Not really. I have, like, there is the truth that it would be, I could take Poppet Quest stuff and put it on there. Like I could build it on top of Poppet Quest and just have two games that are constantly working off of each other to make the best game like that. Ugh. But you know what's really cool? I'll show you what's really cool. What's really cool is the really long load time. That's not what's really cool, by the way. I was just saying, you know. Okay, well, be like that. Just take forever. This map is huge, so whatever. I was working on whole sections of it. I don't even know why I'm building it, to be honest. Yeah. And then it's got to build the navigation thingy for reasons. So, what's really cool... I don't need this out here. It can hide now. Preparing shaders, blah, blah, blah. You hear that a lot. Good old thing there. We're waiting, we're preparing shaders. It's showing off the screen at 14%, 17%, 20%. Are we done yet? See where you can just make your maps as you're going and you can see them being made. You know how much cooler that is than having to look at nothing and then have to start the game up in order to have any kind of idea what you're working on? I'm just saying, you know, you just kind of make your thing going. It's real cool. You just kind of work on stuff there. Maybe I'll put some little hydro in here so it kind of gets a little more... Actually, I think erosion's the better one, right? I've eroded a bit. Can make it a little smaller, change its strength and everything like that. Make a different brush, pattern brush. Didn't I use a different map last time? They don't like point and clicks? Tell your friends to make their own game. Noise? Yeah, let's get a little noise in here. Yeah, just doing this thing here. Make a map like that. Cool, you know. Maybe sculpt it down some here. I mean, who doesn't choose violence? Actually, wait, where's the pattern thing here? So here's a really funny thing that I like doing. A while ago, I made a map in RM, right? And just because it's hilarious, I'm now using that as the brush for this. Because I can. No other reason. I just can. So now it does textures based upon a map from RM. All of them do scary stuff. I mean, you gotta put scary stuff in. It's important. I don't actually know what I'm doing with this, by the way. I think if I design a map, I have to work on this theory that I need to decide what kind of mobility the character has. Because really, if you're going to make a platformer thing, you really wouldn't want to have like a full world like this. You would actually just have random things. Which is, you know, yeah. I'm just going to raise this up here a bit. I don't feel like messing with the water too much there. Because right now she has so much mobility that it would just negate 90% of the map. Hmm?
Time is running out.
Oh, okay, it was doing too many trees at once. Got it. Dude. It's supposed to do single. Why is it doing so many? You know, Metroidvania would be cool. I was thinking of doing a 2D one. I was working on it. I've actually got an additional project I was doing in there that was... I didn't bother to finish completely, but, you know, I'm just saying I could do it. Yes. Yeah, 2,000. What does that do? Why is it putting all the trees together? It doesn't usually do that. Did I change the setting? When you do single, it's supposed to do just one. Okay. Ow. Yeah, it takes a long time to do all this stuff there. I don't know why in the world this isn't doing what I want it to, though. Interesting. Must have changed something. Why are we spawning them all at once? Should not be how it works. Actually, I'll just do it one at a time then. For the random sizes. Max can be like a 10. And min can be like 2. What'd that do? Then you have giant trees. Very important. Big trees. Big trees. I'm obviously gonna take them out, but still big trees. I get the feeling it's loading way too many trees though in these things. Yeah, it's putting trees inside of trees for no reason. I don't understand why it's doing that, but who cares? Look at those big trees. Very exciting. Yeah, it's putting trees inside of trees. That's so weird. What setting did I change that does that? I hate it. Thanks, I hate it. Whatever it was. What'd this do? That's like normie sizes. Okay. I mean, paint usually is the one that does the big radius of things. You can go like this and does a bunch. That looks really weird. I don't know why you ever use paint 90% of the time because of how many it puts out. Oh, there we go. Cycle through selected. That's what I wanted. I was like, wait a minute. them all, blah, blah, blah. This should do it. There we go. Is there a reason for making this? And then we do all manner of flower thingies. Flower power, very important, very important. And I can actually do a bigger thing there. The radius, like, do paint, right? Look at how many things just got painted in there. Oh my god. Yeah. I pretty much found that everything in ARM takes so long to do that it's just... Yeah. I mean, look at what I have here in this tiny amount of time. All I did was just decide that there were flowers everywhere, and now there's flowers everywhere. There's way too many trees in this spot because I was foolishly putting all the trees on top of each other, so I need to fix that, but still. So many flowers. Oh my god. I'm gonna delete some of these extra ones here wherever it was causing the they were on top of each other. I don't remember where they were, but there were some around here. Yeah, look at those. There's too many of them. Okay. Why don't you want to select these? Have I confused you, little one? Does not like these ones. Probably because there's so many things inside of them that it's just confused. Yeah. That would be why it's lagging. But I just told to put like 20 trees in one spot. One can live, I guess. I'm very efficient at clicking these things, is it? Unity 5 is kind of weird. I don't know how I feel about it sometimes. I guess it gets a bit confused by all those things like that. I wonder if those wolves still work. I had a bunch of wolves that mostly worked. That's one way to make a tree. It's just the multicolored crazy tree. Pretty certain there's an easier way to do it than that, where you could actually just recolor the stuff, but... Alright, back to painting. Actually, what am I doing? 2,000. Yes. Bigger radius. Faster camera. I'm pretty far up. If I didn't include jumping, I'd basically already have a playable level. But if I want to make a platformer, then this would be kind of dumb. Actually, there's a really strong argument for adding these to the mix too. No, you don't be like that. What's because the radius? Is it dumb? Got it. I was happy to paint the other stuff just fine. Did I change the thingy to... Maybe they have to be even farther apart. I don't know. 5,000? It does not like those at all. Oh, wow. Huge. Don't mind me, I'm just playing with all kinds of weird stuff. Why the brush is so big? Not usually this big, but that's okay. There might be a couple things in this area,
Welcome
I'm just
back.
saying. Look at all the weird things everywhere, yay! What am I looking for here? What was up here?
I must keep going.
But they can't move around yet because it's Can I hit him? Good, I can hit him. Alright, well, they're not active yet, but let's fix this. Ambush? Rise, now mash, rise. Do this. Grow, yes. I'm gonna use smaller maps.
this
The
one.
big maps are lame. Look at them go! Yay! Yes! I didn't bother to put an aim in here. Who cares? I should probably put a reticle or something so I can see where I'm shooting. There we go. Yeah, magic grenade launcher. Come back and fight. There we go. Very important. You can do those weird things too. It's important. Or, actually. I don't know if I ever I was testing out ways to program various attacks. It does work, yes. And those are like, you know, weird collision thingies that appear you're supposed to hit based upon how she swings. At some point I'll turn them off, but whatever. These don't even collect correctly anymore. I wonder why. This one just spawns like crazy. Let's just I'm in it for the party now. That's right. And then does it work? Will it blend? Don't know. Maybe it doesn't blend. Who knows? Party, party, party. Oh, do they? Oh. Ah. Hmm. Does destroyable cupcake work? Party, party, party. Break everything. Might need to make a new random spawner, whatever. Something got squished. Alright, Chuckles, let's fight. Oh, apparently we're doing that now. I forgot to turn that back on. Oops. Here, pull yourself back up. I have that thingy to cheat my way up. But you can't do it on the air, huh? Oh, I turned it off. Oh, I want to do it in the air. Where are my cupcakes? Where's the cream filling? Yes, yes. Grown up. When isn't it fun to blow things up with these things? Don't even have a dodge. Get wrecked by dodging. Kind of sucks. I can fight. The cannon's more fun. I have no idea where the gold doesn't collect anymore. Who gives a crap? Yes. Get smacked around. Those work. So when can't I spawn this thing here? What's a geometry collection? Well, this is the destroyable, right? Like I can break this? I think it's a destroyable. Let me go break it.
is running out.
Yes. Satisfying. All right, geometry collection it is. Geometry? Collection? Can I spawn a geometry collection? Oh, never mind. This is spawn after, so it's, let's see. It's not called destroyable cupcake, is it? Does this one even work? I know they added a whole new system to destroy things, so... Oops. It is a cupcake. It does look destroyable. I want to destroy it. I feel the need to destroy it. Oh. Those are broken. We will deal with you in a second.
Time is running out.
I'm back here, Cupcake. You know what you've done. Oh, they do get destroyed. Yes! Get destroyed, Cupcake. Come back and fight me. You know what you did. There's so many things spawned, though. You can tell that the FPS is horrible. Spawn, Cupcake. I usually have a limiter on how much things can spawn, but sometimes I just want to go wild. Don't question it.
I must keep going.
Why aren't they spawning? I mean, those are there, but that's not what I want. Get world location of the box. The boxes are spawned where? Those are the wolf spawners. I don't need wolf spawner limited. If I had the wolf spawner, a main one, I could just be that. Did I not put the cupcake thingies out here? Cupcake. Come here, Cupcake. Yes, look at them. They're everywhere. Apparently this thing is like just being near it destroys things. Understand what you have done is wrong. Come back here, Cupcake. Why can't the cannon destroy them? Why? Destroys the wolves. Oh no, I'm so sad. No, come back and fight. There we go. They roll away. No, come back. Oh, the wolf got it. No, I feel like I've lost a point to the wolf. Why? I'm too far away. This thing has no range. Nope, this cupcake is invincible. You suck, cupcake. It's all your fault, you stupid wolf. Get wrecked. That's just satisfying. The only problem I have is like you can actually just push a lot of them sometimes, and because of the way the weapon's done, it collides with them. So I need to figure that out. I think I need to put the collision only on the top, so only the head of it can hurt something, or maybe only when it's in during a certain animation frame it can work. I don't know. Yes, Earth, kill them. Did she have a way to fire? This one she did. Oh, the animation's broken. What? What? The animation's broken. No. No, why is the animation broken? Now? I broke it. Oh. It says hello. Hello. Pew 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 pew. Pew. I'll have to fix that at some point. Fortunate. I want to play with you. I do. Unfortunately, it's 9:18 a.m. The latest I've ever bothered to stream. And I probably need to be at work at 2 p.m. Just saying. It's less than 5 hours. It is. It's less. It's terrible. Why did I do that to myself? I should actually sleep earlier, and then I could just stream all the way into the morning, and it'd be wonderful. Anyway, I think I'm going to head off to sleep, because as much as I would love to sit here and do that, I'm already looking at like 4 hours of sleep before I have to be to work. Which is terrible. So yes, download game, play game, try it out, tell me how bad it is. It's probably terrible. Thanks, Blinded Journeyman. And thanks for swinging by the stream. And thanks first name, last name for being here as well. And everyone else who swings by. And I'm probably going to be playing with Yui tomorrow because I'm not going to lie. Like, I got to give people time to mess with the other game, right? But as you can see, I already kind of got a lot here. I might just make more of a regular style RPG or even more Alice Madness Returns type of thing. Maybe less platforming, more RPG centric than that. I don't know. Having a lot of NPCs and everything does actually take a lot more work, though. I don't know. I'll think about it. Yeah, anyway. I will catch everyone later. Have a wonderful night, morning, evening, or whatever it is. Have fun. I'm off to sleep.